afraid, but I don't break. I heard you question my stability. You think I'll fall just like a guillotine, but I am here to stay. Won't look away. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. I'm coming for the throne. I'm coming for the throne. So you wanna be my enemy? You should've known I'd never kiss the rain. Ice runs in my veins, won't play it safe. I don't belong with your nobility. Who died and made you king of anything? You think that I'm insane? It's your mistake. Kingdoms rise and fall, I've come to take it all. I'll take it, I've come to take it. Kingdoms rise and fall, I've come to take it all. I'll take it all. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. I'm coming for the throne. I'm coming for the throne.
And my music doesn't work. What's going on with this stuff thing? But how you guys doing today? How are you guys doing today? Hope you're doing well. We are back. We are live. Let me reset this mug. And then we'll get rocking and a rolling. 2-2 at Chelsea. We steal the show when we probably shouldn't have. That's okay. That is okay. Works now. Any hoot. What are you guys thinking? Not working. We'll just play it this way. But Will is back. That is right. And we are gonna bring some folks on. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. My tech ain't working right tonight. It was working about 5 minutes ago, but all of a sudden decided to take a nap. We have got a lot of things to talk about today. Tottenham and all that good fun stuff. Let's start bringing folks in onto the show. If you're ready to go, just let me know. Yeah. First up for tonight, highway robbery at the bridge. That is correct. First guest up for tonight, Batman in disguise. C Cubed is in the house. What's going on, C Cubed?
Oh my gosh, I have a headache. I'm so there was so much energy.
There was a lot of energy. And I wanted to be able to show that energy tonight on the show here, but I'm having like some problemos here. I don't know what happened to this thing.
Uh-oh. That's what happens when you go away for...
Except it was working literally like 5 minutes ago. And let's see. Maybe that's why. There it is. It's back. It's back. What happened to my screen? There we go. But what were your thoughts on today's game?
Well, you heard a little bit of it already, but yeah, highway robbery. I am laughing in Romero right now. I feel like, I mean, I had so many different emotions. I was so depressed and angry the entire game that like at the end, so people that were really angry at the end of it, I was like, how can you be that angry when we were angry the entire time and we somehow managed to get a point? Like we did so bad and we still got a point. So
no, I agree with you. I think it is a bit of a fun thing to do. But let's bring in the next guest of the show. And now that my stuff is working right, he probably isn't gonna like it, but you know him and you love him. The #1 Brazilian, the twerk master, Tiago. James Baskets is in the house. What's up, Jimmy Baskets?
Good. I'm not gonna twerk because I don't have much space to work with. And I need
You don't have to twerk, it's alright.
space to show all my twerking skills. So,
A place to show all of your twerking skills. It's good.
I got a lot.
Tiago, how are you doing?
Got a lot.
I'm good.
Tiago's got a lot of feelings right now, don't you?
I have.
We
It's
got
been an up and down day.
the twerk cam going on.
I thought you were going to twerk.
That's right.
Only if you tip him.
Yep. No twerking going on here tonight.
Yeah.
At least not yet, anyway.
At least
But your thoughts on the game, man? What are your thoughts on the game?
We didn't lose, which was good. Didn't ruin my birthday by losing, so I'm happy. But
Sure.
Yeah, not happy with the performance in general at all. I think Chelsea schooled us from start to finish, and even though I'm not complaining about the point, yeah, there's a lot of improvement. Big up Bobby K, and yeah, there's a lot of room for improvement, especially for the next game. But yeah, that's it.
Good deal. But let's bring the music down so we can bring in the next guest of the show tonight. You guys know him from the chat. He's in there saying sheesh. Sandro's in the house with the O face. Is that a winkety wink face there as your profile pic there, Sandro?
Hey, how's it going, guys? No, it's just I don't know, like a really old profile picture that I have. Should update it.
Do you know what I'm talking about when I say winkety wink?
No.
So Bob Spur TV has a show that he does on Saturday nights called In the Wall, and on that they have a segment called Winkety Wink, where it's basically like kind of like a dirty, like silly questions that people ask, and there's like fake answers and stuff like that. And in the whole concept, the intro is that it's like people like making that kind of face, which the one I just made will most likely be clipped and be on next week's Winkety Yank. So that's why I asked. But people do know that. What are your thoughts on today's game, Sandro? And welcome to the show.
Thank you. Yeah. First of all, I just want to say I'm absolutely I've lost my voice. I've lost all my energy is low right now because I spent it all earlier. I don't know. I was really not happy, but I was very disappointed at first with the performance. I thought we were bang average, even below average. I thought it was honestly a horrible performance, and then it just goes to show a lot of people say the great teams, even when they're playing poorly, they can get results. And honestly, we were playing so poorly, and the fact that we were able to pull a result, especially at Stamford Bridge, I'm a happy guy right now. I'll just say that, but definitely much to improve on.
No, man, I hear you. I mean, a point. Look, I think that most of us, if you would have said it's 100% chance that we're going to get 1 point, most of us would have taken it, right? So, yeah, there's not a whole lot that we can complain about, really, to be honest. Well, I mean, there is. The performance, the actual game was pretty poor. But I think that's like CQ said earlier, and I had said earlier on Henry's show, you know, the mentality change for me is the only positive out of today. But that's enough for me. And believe it or not, on ESPN FC, who always talks trash about, you know, Tottenham here in the United States whenever their show's on, they made the same point, right? The Tottenham of last season gets beat 3-4-0. And the changes that Conte has made has allowed us to, you know, grab a point when we probably shouldn't. But we do got one more guest sitting in the back here, so we'll bring him in. JJ Tub Royce is in the house. Everybody in the chat, show your love.
Yo.
What's going on,
everybody?
Mr. Royce?
Yo, can you guys hear me all right?
We can't hear you.
All right, great. How are you guys?
We're doing good. We're doing
good?
good.
That's good.
Yeah.
Man, interesting game today, huh? Pretty average performance, I would say. I think mainly in the first half. Didn't look too good. I was pretty frustrated, I'm not even gonna lie. I think second half, once we started making those substitutions, we got a little bit of life back into the squad. But hey, I'm okay with a point. I'm okay with a point at Stamford Bridge. I think you just made a good point saying that Tottenham of last season would have got beat 3 or 4-0, and this is a different Tottenham, and I'm super excited to see how we're going to progress throughout the season. But yeah, overall, I mean, it was an okay game for us, but it was pretty entertaining at the same time, so not going to complain at all.
Yeah, but I don't disagree with you. And Stuart here says it was a mentality improvement, but also the fact that they couldn't finish. That's what she said. But no, I disagree with you a little bit here, right? Chelsea have always had a problem finishing. I mean, last year they scored probably the most goals they've scored in almost 5 or 6 years. And everybody who scored those goals, bar Havertz, is pretty much, gone. Pulisic scored a couple. I mean, he had 8 last season. But you got 2 games that Chelsea have played, and they haven't. Their front 3 or midfield hasn't scored any, unless you count Jorginho's penalty, right? So the only goals that they have this entire Premier League season is from their defenders, from open play. And for me, that's got to be a worry. You got to be. I think you have to be aware of that if you're Tuchel, and I think it's got to be frustrating, right? Because while Chelsea played a really good match, every time they got into the final third, it was just it ended up in nowhere to land, right? So,
well, I was gonna say that I just read this that Tuchel had said, that he was the happiest manager in the world, and I was like, despite the result and everything, and I was like, and his red card, and I was laughing because I was like, that's why I know that they're going to have problems later. They might get more quality, and they already have quality, but I was like, that's not the right mentality to have, because they were the better team on the pitch the entire time. So if I were him, I would be pissed. I would be raging that I didn't get the result, instead of saying, "Oh, I'm the happiest manager in the world in the world." That's a loser mentality. That's the mentality of a team that is lower table, saying I'm just happy that I they played well,
yeah.
Klopp getting the draw against us end of last season, or even actually beginning of last season too. He was furious, absolutely furious, fuming. So, and we were the better ones on the pitch against Liverpool end of last season as well, and we got a draw, and we were mad because we felt like we were the better team. So we were mad that we didn't win.
Yeah.
Even though everybody doubted us and thought that we were going to lose. So the fact that Tuchel has the mentality of being I'm pretty happy, it's shows that he doesn't have the right mentality.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a weird, a weird thing that they're going through, but
sorry.
I was just saying that if Tuchel doesn't go to Todd, Bowley's office tomorrow morning and say, "Hey, look, if this wasn't evidence that we need a striker, I don't think anything else." But if they don't have a striker, they're gonna have a hard time with any of that stuff. So
I did want to say, I think the reason why Tuchel said what he said was because of the performance that his players put up. I think they were absolutely rubbish against Everton. And I think that team, if they played the same way that they did against us, they would have been battered. But they stepped up and they were able to completely dominate us. And I think that's why Tuchel was giving them praise, because I don't know, I think that's what he wants to see from his team. And he wants to make sure that his players don't lose morale off of a tie, because it feels like a defeat in the way that the draw happened, right? Especially for that to happen at home. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just said, yeah. I was just agreeing with you.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I knew what he was getting at. I knew he wanted to be I'm proud of you guys for the performance and the morale, but that's also, I still think it's loser mentality. He can be I'm proud of their performance, but I'm angry because I'm for him to say I'm the happiest manager in the world. That's.
He also did say that he said the goals shouldn't have happened. He said both goals should not have happened. So
yeah, so he should be more mad.
I think it's more of a pride thing, because obviously him and Conte got into a bit of a dispute, I guess you could say. So kind of acting like he's happier than he actually is, just to make it seem wow, we had a great performance. I'm so proud of them. Good job, guys. We got 1 point. I mean, obviously, if it was anybody else in that situation, we were the better team. We should have won this game. But yeah, I think maybe it's a pride thing for Tuchel.
I think it's
Yeah.
more irony because Pep Guardiola says that a lot too. It's just irony, you know, when he draws, he says like, "No, I'm happy with my team. They did everything I asked for." I think these guys they just don't want to show they're hurt, so they use irony to dodge that. Mentality maybe because you know personally I prefer when the manager is angry. Like if he's not happy, just go on and say, "Look, I'm not happy. We should have won." Like just like Conte did. You know, he said, "Okay, it's changing mentality. The team showed character and personality, but the performance was not good. We need to improve. We know we can play better." That's how I like. Of course, he had his smile on his face, but I think Tuchel was using more of irony, you know, to try and deflect from all the drama and the end of the game and all the fighting. And these guys, they're not, you know, naive to just show everything in front of a camera because they know people twist things. You see, for example, Jurgen Klopp, you know, oh, he made a quick mention, oh, the pitch was dry, and now everybody is making a big deal that he's putting the blame on Liverpool not winning because on the pitch. For me, it was just irony, but personally, I prefer managers who go all out and just say, you know, yeah, not good enough. Just like Conte did after Burnley. You know,
Yeah.
players need to know that, okay, we didn't lose, great fight, but, you know, still we can do better. So
Yeah, I agree.
No, I mean it's 100%. Also, too, if you guys want to make sure you smash that like button, when we hit 50 likes, I'm gonna give away 5 free memberships for the month. So make sure you hit that allow gifts thing in the chat if you're in the chat. When we hit 50 likes, I'm gonna give away 5 free 1 month memberships. It's random. Whoever's in the chat. Because we're gonna start doing member shows. I know I said that we were gonna do that before, but real life got in the way. So, sometimes that happens. You know what I mean? If only we could live on YouTube all the time. Isn't that right, Tiago?
yeah,
You cold, man? Is it cold down there in Brazil right now?
yeah, it's 15 degrees.
Fahrenheit?
No, Celsius.
Well,
For
15 ain't
15
that
degrees
cold, man.
Fahrenheit, I would be dead by now. I'd be- No, it's because August. The problem in August here in Brazil is that it's very windy, so the wind is very.
Isn't that your guys' winter time technically, or no?
Yeah,
You guys
it's
are in
winter.
the southern hemisphere, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah. Winter time. Then December is your summertime.
Yep. So when you guys are all enjoying hot chocolate and all that thing in the snow during Christmas, we're almost dying, 40 degrees outside. We roast the chicken on the street, just put under the sun, and it's done.
Yeah. And then some places too though, I mean like well, I guess the further south you go, the more it's like being north, right? So if you get down into like the end of bottoms of Peru and Chile, it's almost kind of like being in Canada, right? Or no?
Peru, not so much because they are,
More middle.
yeah, they're up. Chile, yes, especially because they have the mountains, the Andes, so it has a lot of snow. In Brazil, there are 4 cities that they have snow. It was like once a year. And Argentina is colder because they're further down.
Yeah, like southern Peru, like where like Machu Picchu is and all that stuff. It gets a little
Now,
bit
Machu
cold.
Picchu, not so much.
Not so much in Machu Picchu.
Yeah, it's like, think of South America. Brazil is in the right. Then
North,
here
right?
on the side we have Paraguay, Bolivia, and then here we have Peru. They're not south. they're middle up.
Oh, gotcha. So maybe more like Oklahoma or something like that. Tennessee.
Yeah.
We do have another guest to bring onto the show. You guys know him and you love him. I don't have an intro music just for him, but we'll bring him on here.
Steak.
Steak. What kind of steak is that Kulizeski's munching on?
Whatever steak he likes.
He gets to munch on whatever steak he likes. We
Yeah.
have two more guests that just popped into the back. We've got one from down south. I don't know if I have any. It's winter time for him as well. Paul Hotspur's in the house. How cold is it down there in Australia?
Oh, it's getting. I think it's about a chilly 15 degrees, which you won't understand because it's metric. So
There you go. It's about the same as Tiago. He gets
Same
you.
here.
And then we've got we've I don't know what there's some dogs in the house. Dogs are in the house. Let's bring them in, Scott. What's going on, Scott?
How's it going? It might actually be hotter here than down in Australia. We are at 36 today, so
Yeah, 36 was pretty hot. What was it today? 80 something? What's 80 something? It's 82 right now.
20.
28, 29, 23?
I don't know. I'm bad at doing the math.
I'm horrible at it too.
26,
Steak.
27, yeah, you're closer.
I'm
Steak.
just gonna leave my computer on Celsius because I never use my computer for weather anyway. So,
Yeah, why do you guys need to be the different ones, the edgy ones, to not use Celsius?
I don't know, bro. That's just the way that it works, man.
Pathetic.
Americans think that we're the only country in the world. We act like we're like the center of everything.
Fahrenheit used to fuck me in physics in school because I didn't know how to transform it. Never.
Sandra.
I mean, the generation ahead, like my parents and the people of that age, all do Fahrenheit in Canada. So it's just like
28 degrees Celsius is what
I think we switched it in like the late 70s, early 80s. So it's around my kids my age. We're the ones who know Celsius. Before that, there's still a lot of people in Canada who use miles and Fahrenheit. Like that's how they think in their head. But
Yeah, so I mean, I think they voted on it here in the United States or something like that, and it was like struck down back in the 70s or 80s, probably around the same time that Canada did it. And Clayton Sherman says the Bahamas do Fahrenheit too. Did not know that. Fun facts. But we've got Steak. What were your thoughts on the robbery that happened at Stamford Bridge today?
Would you call it a robbery? Both teams had chances. Kane should have had one earlier on. Yeah, Chelsea had more opportunities, but they're just bad. Steak is steak. And with the 4-4-2 question, I think he changed it when Richarlison came on for Sessegnon.
Nice. What about you, Paul? What were your thoughts on today?
yeah, I'm happy, man. I'm happy. That's a point we didn't get last year. That's
True.
4 points we're up on last year already. That's 2 points we've taken off Chelsea. So, you could say we're on 75 points and they're below us. We're in third place and we're looking up, not
They're
down.
winning the league.
They're only 1 point ahead of us right now, based off last year, right? They finished 3 points ahead of us.
We're ahead of them now because we beat Southampton. We lost that game last year.
At home?
Yep.
I thought it was a draw.
Oh, 2 points, 3 points, whatever.
Yeah. So that's 3 points. So I guess we're level. We're level on points right now. We are level on points right now.
Another thing I like was I think Conte's doing a good job at managing bringing in the new signings and integrating with the team. He's let the first 11 from last year stake their claim. And when we saw, to me, the areas we had problems last night were on the left-hand side and a bit in midfield and central defence. I mean, that first goal that Chelsea got, there was no one watching that guy. But we've got the answers. You know, Perisic came on, Basuma came on, Longley when he's fit. I think by keeping the new signings on not starting them, it's put a rocket up the players as they exist. So it's made them improve. And when they're not quite up to the mark, which maybe they weren't for some of the game yesterday, we've got the solution. So I think the sky's the limit still this year. I'm very, very happy. And to get it at the last minute, where we weren't napping and Chelsea were caught sleeping, we were queuing up in the box, man, to get that header in. What a corner by Perisic. It'd be good to see more of that in a few more coming games. Next game's at Wolves. I'm excited about that because that good on you, man. That is a game we lost last year. So after the first 3 games of the season, we could have, we could stock up a whole rack of points that we didn't get last year. And that, I reckon if we're in the top 4 come World Cup time, we're in the mix, man. We're in the mix.
Yeah, I agree with you. And before we go to Scott and his thoughts, just to show people that I'm serious, I just randomly gifted one person in the chat a 1-month membership. THFCRants and Hotspurious was the lucky winner on that one. So big up to Hotspurious. Comment in there so you can show off your new my bald head next to your name. But Scott, what were your thoughts?
I mean, if the question is, was it a theft? Yeah, for a number of reasons. We were badly outplayed. I would say both of our goals, Chelsea had probably legitimate complaints that both were allowed, not just for the Bentancur foul earlier, but Richarlison standing offside and being in the line of sight of the ball. Obviously, Romero pulling him down. But, I mean, that's what happens. And we'll take it. Like I said, it doesn't stop me. We'll take the points and go. I thought the play was horrible. And the biggest concern is, last week when Kane and Son didn't show up, we kind of will say, well, that's fine. We know they're going to show up later. Today, when it's our defensive line looking terrible, which many of us aren't surprised that they look terrible because they're not good enough. And it's when our wing backs aren't creating anything. Well, we know that our wing backs aren't good enough and don't create anything outside of Perisic. And our midfield getting overrun. Well, how many times did we see last year? The same thing. Our 2-man midfield getting overrun. So, take the point against Chelsea. And I understand it, right? If you would have said before the game, we're going to get a point against Chelsea, I would have said, fine, take the point and move on. But when you then see everything happening, and it's so many of the concerns that we had in the before, and I'm not sure that I see us fixing those problems, it's a little bit concerning. Whereas Chelsea, I think their main problem is they didn't convert the chances. They should have. I mean, Havertz should have probably had 2. Sterling had a chance for 1. Mount, I guess you could say it's a tough shot early on when he missed the top corner, but he had lots of space, and he could have probably made a better attempt there. And for Chelsea, I think they are going to get that forward. I mean, if they don't, then sure, we don't have to be worried. But I think Chelsea has a lot more chance of fixing the problems they had today than we do. So,
see, I thought Sterling was classic Sterling, right? I mean, that's what classic Sterling does, right? Looks good on the dribble and then blows the shot, right? That's what Raheem Sterling does. But we do have 2 guests to bring in the back. If you need real estate advice or advice on what classes you should take to get into a good college, Mari from Mari's Spurs channel is in the house. What's going on, Mari? How you been?
Doing good.
Traveling all over the Caribbean.
Yes, and Central America, and get to be back home. Get to be watching my Spurs. It was ugly, but like everybody else, we stole this game, took their hearts. They were celebrating, and we just snatched it in their building. And I freaking love Antonio Conte, and I hate Chelsea. Hate Chelsea so much that the first half, pretty much most of the game, I was complaining, ranting. But that last minute, that's why I love the Premier League. That's why I love football. I love Spurs. Come on, you Spurs.
Yeah, it was a really good. I mean, that's why I was telling my kid too. When we were driving home, was that you know, if you watch a game like this and you just don't absolutely love it, then I don't know what to tell you. But we do have another guest in the back to bring on. Another Canadian via the UK. He's double O. He's got two O's in his name, so he technically is double O. Jason Groves is in the house.
Grosey.
What's up, buddy?
Oh, well. First of all, that wasn't a foul. He got the ball. Sorry, Scott. But he got the ball, man. Like, I don't care.
I don't know if he got the ball. If he got the ball, it was like barely.
Yeah.
Right, but he made contact with the ball. That's good enough for me, and it was good enough for the ref. And it was
you have
good
to
enough.
understand,
It was
too.
good enough for Glenn Hoddle.
This is one thing that does bother me a little bit. In the law itself, getting the ball is not part of the law. You don't have, even if you get the ball.
Yeah, but if you look
can
at the
still foul.
tackle, Will, he didn't like go over the ball and hack him down.
Yeah.
He kind of tried to go around him and nick the ball for him, and he got the ball. It's not like when he got the ball, he swept his leg through and like ripped his legs out from underneath him. It wasn't a heinous crime he committed. It was just a good tackle, in my opinion. That's what the English game was founded on.
I think the first one, but even that, like, because
Now,
the
the
referee.
hairpulling, on the other hand, what the
Yeah.
fuck was
Because the
VAR
referee, because the
I don't
referee
know.
let that one go anyway, and there was too many touches for it to be pulled back. I don't think the first one should necessarily would necessarily. I think that's one that you could debate. The second one though should have been a free kick right away, which would have meant the second corner wouldn't have happened. So
Right, look, was there 6-1 half dozen in the other? Yes. Did Romero do what Romero does and take it too far? 100%, and it shouldn't. He should have got a yellow card for it. You know what I mean? Because he yanked him down by his hair. Now,
yeah, I
should
think he
have a
tried to grab
haircut?
his shirt and his, the guy's got long hair. I mean, what are you gonna do? I think
Well, he's got a sideshow bob haircut. It's his own.
I think you should have to like wear that up.
Yeah,
Like,
I think it's in the like the rule that you can like touch the player's hair.
What?
What?
I thought in the rule that you could touch someone's hair.
You can
Like,
touch
grab it.
someone's hair.
Oh,
Yeah.
come
I
on.
grab it, yank their roots out.
Yeah,
pull them
exactly.
backwards, you know what I
The
mean?
way you said that though was like, I was like, they can maybe stroke or pet.
It's like
Oh,
that
in
would have
Romero times it is.
been, like, to me that would have been
That's
like
that
strangely
Romero.
disturbing.
Who doesn't like some hair pulling from the back to spice things up? Am I right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
But to be honest, dude, like we did get played off the park, and we did come away with a point. And to be fair, mate, I'll take it all day long.
I'll take it too.
and
I don't
we
even
move
care.
on. Listen, if you can get a point out of games you're getting spanked in,
Exactly.
that's
That
how
was
you
my
move
point.
forward.
That was
That's
my
a
point.
positive.
That's how titles are won. That's what I said in the group chat.
Dude,
I said,
when
because
you was on, sorry, go on.
no, I was just saying that because when last season, remember when Conte said there are some games that you can't win,
Don't lose.
but when you can't win, don't lose, right?
Right.
And that's what the guys did today. They're finally doing what Conte, has tried to be teaching them and showing them what to do. So I think we got to be, as Spurs fans, we got to be somewhat happy with that. You know what I mean?
But that's true only if we don't then have same performances going forward. And with some of the issues we have, like, do we not think that our back line is going to have these same kind of issues going forward? And our midfield is going to have the same kind of issues going forward?
Not every team's Chelsea, though.
Yeah, and I don't think that every team's going to press us like Chelsea did. And for me, that's what it was a press. And I think a lot of times too, and it's normal, especially when it's your club and you want to do good and stuff like that. But sometimes we forget that we're actually playing against another team that's trying to stop us from doing what we want to do. And that's why, like, sometimes I get a little bit frustrated with people calling people out. Like, okay, for example, Son had a bad game today, so don't take this as me saying Son didn't have a bad game. Probably one of the worst games. I don't think he played that bad last season. And it wasn't necessarily because, yeah, he made some mistakes, but he just couldn't get on the ball. But just blame him for both goals? Like, there's people out there blaming him for both goals.
Why are they blaming him for both goals? How was he at fault for the first goal?
Because he should have turned around and stopped Koulibaly from shooting.
He was.
And then the second one.
Involved in the second one.
In the second one, he wasn't even involved. He was nowhere near. He was in the middle of the pitch.
Let's get it right. Let's get this 100% correct. If Chelsea had a striker of any note, we'd have got spanked.
Yeah, but I forgot who said it, because they were saying that he was making the defensive call, and they were saying that Sonny should not be making the defensive call. Someone on the defense. This is where Dyer and Davies, someone back there should be like, hey, look, they're not, because they would explain that Tottenham likes to stay in their zone, and Chelsea did something different. That's how Koulibaly ended up being open. And Sonny's like making the call to make the adjustments. But do you really want Sonny making that call? Sonny shouldn't be making that call. Even Kane. It should be a defender say, hey, look, you expect Dyer to say something. I forgot what was it, Sky Sports or maybe another show. They were talking about that. And it was just like someone has to step up there who's a defender to.
But the second one, how are they blaming him for the second one? That's what I want to know.
I don't think he was at fault for the first one either. He was the closest guy there, so he has some fault, maybe. I still think Emerson, who's looking right at it, needs to take it.
That's who I was blaming. I like,
or at least tell Son, right? Like, because even with Emerson, to be fair to Emerson, it was like, he had two defenders on either side of him, right? That wasn't intentional, by the way, but just to say this one's cool about.
Oh yeah.
Emerson, and the microphone's Emerson, right? That also is not intentional. There was another defender over here, so Emerson's kind of splitting the two. And if Emerson can't mark both guys, then he should have hollered to Son, right, and said, hey, pick up Koulibaly, right? Pick up a man, pick up a man, pick up a man. Because Son had his back to Koulibaly. He never even turned around until after he struck it. Right?
No,
so
it was a fantastic.
Yeah, and it was just boom. One time fire on the volley, right? So it's not like it was he played around with it outside the box for a few seconds and then shot.
He got his hip to rotate
But the second one was Kulusevski losing the ball. So I don't know how Son is blamed for the second one.
This is not me blaming him. I think that people are saying because Son is left wing and Reece James was playing right wing back that they felt like he should have been the one track. Again, not me. I don't think he was at fault. I think that's the argument. Is that
But then why is Emerson at fault? Because Emerson's on the right side, no?
That's for the first one, because in the corner, that's where he was at.
Emerson's at fault.
Oh, okay.
I think that's the thinking. Again, I don't believe it, but I think the thinking is that because he's left wing and Reece James is right wing back, that they wanted.
But so are people saying that Son normally doesn't track back? Because that's not true. He has the best defensive stats out of any of our forward line.
At the end of the day, does anyone begrudge Chelsea scoring 2 goals in that game? Because I don't. No. So, just move on with it, man. I don't know why we got to play a blame game here. We played a very good team who closed us down hard. And we nicked a draw at the end of it. I'll take it. Thank you very much. Move on. Do you know what I mean? I don't know why people are getting their panties in a twist. I don't.
Oh yeah.
Because they always want to blame Son.
Son didn't lose the ball on the counter. Kulusevski did.
Blame him for things, and I don't. And I know everybody knows I'm a big Son fan, but he had a bad game. Nobody is denying
very bad game.
He had a bad game, and maybe even one of the worst games. I'll even admit that. But also, a lot of the entire team did not play well, and Son, I watched all the goals back. I went back and watched it carefully, and Son, it was not his fault. Decky lost the ball, and then I'm not totally blaming Decky, but I'm saying Decky lost the ball, and then Son ran faster than Davies to the box, but still couldn't get there in time for the goal, to block the goal. He just happens to run faster than Davies.
Well, because he's playing in a 4-4. Okay, people were thinking we were playing a 4-4-2. We weren't. We were playing in a 4-2-4, right? Son's job wasn't to track back. He's playing as a front forward, right? Exactly. It's a 4-2-4.
That's what I mean. It was like the defenders, none of the defenders were there, and he started to track back, and he runs faster than Davies, so he actually got there faster than him. So they just assume that, like, oh, it was his job to, like, block, you know.
No, he was covering an error.
Not at all the case. And then my thing is, like, this is where I'm saying there's a double standard, because if they were blaming Son for losing the ball that led to the James Ward-Prowse goal in Southampton, and that it was his fault for that because he lost the ball. So by that same logic, then why are people not blaming Decky for losing the ball to create the second goal?
Because they don't want to. It's an agenda, right? Because last week, everybody was all, you know, a minute later, because Son lost the ball, which wasn't even a loss, by the way. He tried to do a flick on to Decky, was running in on it, and just happened to get intercepted. That happens in football, believe it or not. And then when he tried to turn, he got nicked, right? And then 5 or 6, 7, 8 touches later, but the Kulusevski one was Kul losing the ball immediately, one pass to James scores, right? We're talking 10 seconds, right, from Kulusevski. Now, it's not even Kulusevski's fault that he lost the ball. He got pressed. It was a 2v1. That happens in football sometimes. Right? He's not Superman.
Raymond Gorvey in the chat's right. I mean, if you look at that, like, our entire team and all our defense had gone so far to their right.
Yeah.
Like, they left an overload there. It was just.
It was a good switch.
Poor. Oh, it was a good switch, but it was just poor play all round on our behalf.
I'm going to say this too, because I got to not a heated discussion, but debate. Our 2 goal scorers are very lucky they score goals, because yes, the team played bad. Was those 2, Kane and Højbjerg, very critical of them, very, very critical of both of them. That one counter when Kane did not score that goal, that was what I was trying to say yesterday in the wall, where Ronaldo would score that, or Ronaldinho at those moments. And yes, he scored the equalizer, but that was an example. I was getting ready to, because like I said, I love Harry Kane, but I will criticize him. It is for what it is. Højbjerg scores that goal, and you know all the Højbjerg. Like I said, I love his heart for his team, but I'm going to be honest with you. The reason why Chelsea bossed us is that midfield. I was begging for Basuma to come in. You know, for me, Højbjerg just doesn't cut it for me in that regard. And so I wasn't surprised that Chelsea's midfield bossed us, because it's going to happen. I don't know. Like I said, I love freaking Conte. Love him. I just question, like why is Basuma not starting for? Is this the reason why we got Basuma for this game against Chelsea? You know, I don't get it.
I think
if he starts Basuma, he's still starting it. Like, he's dropping Bentancur for Basuma. That's just what he seems to be doing.
I just don't get it, because
I think it's good. I think it's good. I think it's good man management. You know, we've got half a dozen new players in the squad. If you just whack them into the first team straight away, you piss off the people that are already there. That rightfully feel that they've earned their place based on how we finished up last season and the game of Southampton. So you've got to wait for the opportunity to bring in new players. And look, if we keep winning loads of games, and all of our new signings don't make any appearances, I'm happy with that because it's made our first team play better no matter what.
Yeah, but I watched Chelsea start 2 new players, even newer players, because Basuma's been there for a while, and Cucurella and Kubali, and they've been an impact. I mean, I don't.
Cucurella, I think it was his first appearance. He wasn't there, I think, for the first game.
Well, he made a sub.
Oh, did he come on for a little bit?
I believe.
He wasn't signed for the first game, so he's brand new, fresh. I get that you want to ease him in, but come on, Basuma has been there. Wait, Basuma was signed in June, so he should be starting.
Didn't he have COVID though?
Yeah, he had COVID missed the first week of preseason, but
so
I do want to
the effects of that.
Yeah, I do want to address this chat here from 1 5 10 1 5 1 1 5 1 10 5 1 5 5 5.
Steak.
Son is actually very good at defending. He tracks back all the time. When we have to play that 5-4-1, he actually has the best defensive stats of any of our front three. Better than Kulu, better than Kane, better than anybody. So this whole thing the Sun doesn't track back is
I think it is because of
myth.
I think it's because of the documentary of Hugo yelling at Son. Yeah.
You know, regarding what you said there about, Chelsea have brought on they're playing their new signings. I don't think Chelsea have got a choice. You look at the bench that Chelsea had yesterday compared to our bench. I think Chelsea is a squad they definitely are weaker than they were last year. I think it makes a statement from the team when we buy all these players and it's like, you know what, we don't even have to fucking play these new players. We're unbeatable as we are. I think it sends a message, and I think Conte's doing it right.
But we aren't unbeatable when we play them. That's the problem. So then if we're sending a message but not playing well, then what message
we
is
didn't
that?
get beaten. We didn't get beaten yesterday, did we?
But we
drew
today
multiple times last season.
Yeah,
But
last
we're not
season.
unbeatable.
But up until, I'd say the last maybe, 4 or 5 games, we were up and down. Then we started getting consistent, and we started nicking wins when we were crap as well. So I think it does. It sends a good message. Come at us. We'll get you. We're strong.
I would rather just play our best players, and if people are getting upset because they lost their spot, then play better and get your spot back, or right.
I'd rather
then you-
play
but
the
then you
player
end up
that-
with
Yeah, but how do you play better if you're on the bench? If you lost
Yeah,
your
I
spot?
gotta-
That's what
I gotta-
Liverpool does it. Chelsea's done it.
I gotta
with
interrupt because I gotta bring in the most rational and reasonable Canadian. Abdul Kareem is in the house. What's going on?
What's going on, man?
Oh, mate.
Steak.
What's going
Assalamu
on?
alaikum, brother.
Walaikum salam, my brother. What's going on?
But Mr. Kareem, what were your thoughts on the show? On the game today? It was a bit of a show, too. To be honest.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep it real. Although the result seems pretty good based on how we played, I'm a bit disappointed. I think today kind of showed the gap between Spurs and Chelsea as it stands now. I don't know how we'll play later on down the line. I don't know how much impact Basuma or Spence or Perisic will have. But in terms of right now how we are, there is a level between Chelsea and Spurs. And I get it, Chelsea did have the home field advantage. But
home crowd.
You can see how cohesive their play was. You can see how they seem to have a plan of how to break our press. Anytime they try to press, they just pass around us at all times. And, N'Golo Conte was exceptional today. He was easily my man of the match, even though Reece James got it. But whatever. But, it just showed that there is pretty much a gap. And before we even think about the Liverpool in terms of surpassing them, we really need to think about Chelsea because Chelsea is still ahead of us, to be honest, even though we did get a draw. And it might change later on.
Thinks we're catching Liverpool up.
Okay, yeah, but a lot of fans were putting us ahead of Chelsea, though. And rival fans, too. So I just think this game kind of showed us we need to pump the brakes and kind of give the Chelsea team, I don't want to say respect, but like we really need to understand that they are a lot better than we thought they are. And, they are still balanced. Even though they did lose a lot of players, they did do a good job at, like kind of getting replacements that are very similar. Koulibaly is very similar to Antonio Rudiger. They did get a lot better. Left wing back Cucurella is better than the guy who used to play for Leicester last year, or whatever.
I'll
his
be
name
honest,
is.
mate.
Chilwell.
I thought we were gonna beat them because I'm telling you now, if they played the way they did against Everton, we would have beat them. But they didn't.
Exactly.
They turned up.
Yeah.
They took this game too seriously.
Up.
Like today, Chelsea kind of showed the levels that they can reach to.
Oh yeah,
and I don't.
100%.
I can't say the same about Spurs because I know Spurs can play better. The way we play against Man City is a lot better than how we play today. But like when it's a constant, every time we play Chelsea, we seem to have a shit game. Maybe it's not a coincidence. This is just they just know how to play against us for some reason. I don't know what it is, but maybe they're just a little bit too physical for our team. I don't know what it is, but they seem to always have our number.
Yeah, so this is just for people who want to know. So, Mr. Roman numeral guy, he, I don't know if it's Roman numerals. That's just what pops in my brain. This is a site called 1versus1.com, and you can compare players. And it's just kind of a quick and easy way, and you can validate these other stats through FBref and all that stuff. But FBref looks like a spreadsheet. So this is after last season. So Son is rated at a 97. Kane is rated at a 71. But if you look at defensive stats, and this is this past season, so maybe this isn't as helpful as it was last year. But basically, so right now, Son's got one more pass interception than Kane, but they both have 2 tackles. So this isn't working out because it's only on this one. But if you were to go back and look at, I don't know if there's a year that I can change. Or not on this side. I don't go here very
I think I think it's pretty common knowledge that Son does a lot more on the defensive end. He has like a higher work rate on the defensive end than Kane.
Yeah, I'll remove this.
Not common knowledge. People talk about his work rate, but they don't somehow equate work rate with defense.
Yeah, I think what Kane's really good at is, like at set pieces, his ability to head the ball away. I think that's kind of where he, that's where he kind of shines. The defensive end.
I'm telling you, bro.
You know him, you love him. He's here. It's been a long time.
I'm telling you, bro.
Marcelo is in the house.
But
What's going on?
Is he smiling?
Yes,
Are you
I
happy,
Yeah, he's
man?
smiling.
Yeah, I'm smiling.
Maybe not as if we would have won, but
Listen, I'll say this. You know why I'm smiling? Because I know you're a stat guy, Will.
Yeah.
Stat-wise, this is the hardest game in the season we'll have. This is the hardest place we go to. Like in terms of results, including draws, we usually get battered when we go to Stamford Bridge. And in reality, we did get battered, but the difference was we didn't back down today. You know what I mean? Like I really like the character that the squad showed today. We showed fight.
Yeah, we did show fight. I like the fight and I like the character, but I'll let you guys discuss why I pull up the FBref stuff just so.
But by the way,
Mr.
I
Roman
was right what I said at the beginning. So last year we lost 3-2 against Southampton at home, and we got smashed by Chelsea. So we're 4 points up on last year. Don't underestimate. That's 4 points. We've only just started, man.
Yeah.
And next fixture, if we beat Wolves, that's another 3 points we didn't get last year. There's 7 points.
And
Chelsea
here's the
have
thing,
lost
Paul.
2, and Liverpool have lost 2 already.
And here's the thing, Paul. As a Spurs fan, I'm always gonna say we can go for it. We can go for the league. But as if you're gonna really analyze our team, it's a little bit too early to say that we can actually do it, right? But what we've seen, I think, in the beginning of the season is already improvements. You know what I mean? Southampton, like you said, was a team which we struggled with. Breaking. their defense. You know, we struggled with twice against them. I think we only got one point against them, right? We lost the other game.
I've got a scientific meter here. You see, that's what
0-0 draw or 1-1.
Yes. So
that's what we got last year. We've gained 4 points on last year. We're up to 75 already, man.
You can't argue with science.
Improvement.
But there's 8 points that we need to worry about.
Yeah, against the top two, I was gonna say that.
What more do you want, man? But it's only 2 games in, and we've gained 4. I mean, we can't do it. It's not mathematically possible.
I think we scored the most goals in the league.
Here's the thing. I think
we're tied with City. I think.
Here's the reason. Are we? Here's the reason why I think Chelsea is our toughest match, and why they kind of seem to have our number. I think it's just the style of how they play. You know, their man marking, I think, is the best in Europe. Some of their man marking. Yeah. I mean, to be able to man mark Son for 90 minutes is not easy. You know, like City defense can't man mark Son for 90 minutes. You know, most defense can't man mark Kane for 90 minutes. I mean, they could have today, but most of the time they're able to kind of like shut down Kane and Son.
Yeah. I mean, they did get shut down. I mean, because like I said, I like the stats, guys, and all 3 of our I think except for Kane, Kane had like 37 touches, and then Kulusevski and Son had like 25 or something like that. So I mean, it was, and they normally hit like 50 and 60 touches a game. So I mean, they shut us down.
People were saying that like let's say like Højbjerg or you know, Davies, or I even hear Dyer was our worst players. In my opinion, it was our front 3 that was kind of like our worst players tonight. You know, they kind of got shut down, and I think our defense was really tidy for most of the game. You know what I mean? Other than those 2 instances, right, where we let Koulibaly free and Kai Havertz, and I think the goal, the Reece James goal, I think we were pretty tight defensively.
You know why I think it might be statistically a hard game for us, why we struggled there, is because for Chelsea, this is a derby for them. For Tottenham, we don't really. I personally don't really give too much of a shit about the Chelsea game. The Arsenal game is our derby. Chelsea don't have a derby. Their derby's with the likes of Fulham and QPR. So for them, it's a cup final, and they've caught us on the hop because they've come out blazing. So now we've stopped it.
Arsenal also don't have the players to man mark our attack like Chelsea.
Yeah, but that's our derby. That is the game. Tottenham Arsenal. Tottenham Chelsea for me is just another. It's another game. It's like playing Liverpool or Man City.
It's more than another game. Let's be honest.
No.
I want to beat
because
Chelsea.
you see, no. You see,
Chelsea as much as Arsenal. I mean, yes, Arsenal is our derby, but I hate Chelsea.
I don't like Chelsea.
Racist fan base.
I hate Chelsea. I hate Chelsea for the pretenders they are, and what I mean by that is when I used to go to matches in the 80s, Chelsea were average. We used to smash Chelsea.
Yeah, but that's the 80s. We're talking the last 20 years, right?
But what I'm saying is I have a different perspective because I remember when Chelsea were crap, and I think they're going to go back to being crap. The game is not special for me. I get it's special for you, and I get it's special for Chelsea fans because they've got nothing else. That's why for them they play out of their skins against us and they get us often. But we've been
crap for the last 20 years, right?
Listen, I think the players, when they go play against Chelsea, I think they want to win that game. I think anybody wants to win against their London rivals, regardless.
The 20 years was when Abramovich owned Chelsea. He's not there anymore. They don't have this bottomless pit of cash, which has made them appear better than they are. That's gone. They're just going to run like any other club.
Rich.
Is he just going to donate $3 billion quid
like spend a lot of money? They're about ready to drop 80 million on some Leicester defender.
He's in it to pump and dump, man. He's in it to get the value up and get the fuck out, so he's not holding the cash. Because their fan base is low. It's not the same as Tottenham's, man.
Listen, we do. Most of us do care about Chelsea, and the reason why, yes, it's a London derby is one reason, but the other thing is our record is so bad against Chelsea. Yeah. That's what makes us want to win against Chelsea so much. That's one of the reasons. It's our record is so bad. So the
performance.
Really care about it.
Our performances are also like really bad against Chelsea. You know, there's been games where, you know, when we were kind of crap and Arsenal were, you know, really good, that we still played, and there were great games, great performances, and we lost, but you can hold your head. But usually when we play Chelsea, it's always kind of like embarrassing. You know what I mean? It feels like they're always beating on us and they won't stop.
And how could it not be an important game when we had that Battle of the Bridge game previously? I mean, it's absolutely it's a special game. It's not
And
the
we've
same
won.
as other game.
I think we've won once there in the last
30 something.
Okay, for you guys, it's special. For me, it's just another game. That's all. It's different. That's all.
See, I've been following Tottenham. No, it's definitely a matter of opinion. Like it's just, but it isn't everything. Like I've grown to absolutely hate Chelsea and their supporters. Like I just do.
I hate their supporters. I always have, man.
Oh, me too, dude. I've said this many a time. I remember going to their crappy ass stadium when the away end didn't have a roof on, getting fucking drenched.
Yeah, man.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Shithole, man.
Absolute shithole of the stadium. But anyway,
their fans are the most bloody racist scum going. The songs they sing about us, they were doing all the bad chants when there was a black player on the pitch. It's all Chelsea, man.
Yeah.
People.
And for me, that's a bigger reason. That's why I kind of listen. I'm not gonna say all their fans are like that, right? I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna generalize, but it does tend to come from them, and that's the reason why I kind of always want to beat them sometimes. I hate Marco Alonso. He's probably my least favorite footballer in the world.
Could I just say their manager's a dickhead? Like he caused both of them to get a red card.
Yeah, because he grabs onto Conte. Conte didn't do anything except pull his arm away.
Conte was going to walk past, and he yanked him round. Conte's not going to back down from that.
Did you see his Insta post, Conte?
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Classic.
That was great. I'll bring it up if people are interested.
I definitely am.
And I don't know what show was talking about this. On this game, I love Romero. He is my favorite. I would not want him to ever change. This dude got payback on Cucurella, but people forgot he got payback on Kai Havertz. Havertz came and bumped him. 2 minutes later, Havertz is on the ground,
and that's why. And listen, that's my gripe. That's what we missed in these Chelsea games. Guys like Romero, man. Look, Chelsea. The way they play, it's man to man, bro. You gotta be strong when you play against Chelsea.
When Havertz got that ball, he knew it was coming. He knew that was
Did you see him get into Reece James' face?
Wait, hold on. I think you guys have all. I think with the Antonio post, I think you guys have all been trolled because I'm on his Instagram page, and that post isn't on his page.
No, he removed it.
Oh, he took it down. But I got it in the WhatsApp. I'll bring it up from there.
Yeah, I sent it though.
I love Romero, man. This dude, he saw Reece James celebrating, going crazy. Everybody's going to Kane and Rickarlson for the goal. He goes to Reece James' face and just let him know. I love it.
He did the same thing against Maguire. Remember Maguire?
Yeah.
He's shithousery in the finest, grandest borders. I love
he had shit with Cucurella before too. I don't know if you guys remember, but he got into it with Cucurella in the Brighton game previously.
Really?
So they so they had they got into it and they were pushing each other and everything. So it was part 2.
No, he takes it personal. I love that.
He remembers. He remembers.
Yeah,
he always remembers.
You need a type of dog when you're playing against these teams. You need a dog like that. Someone that's just they'll bite at you. You know what I mean? We're 2-1 down, and he's just clattering Harvards. You know what I mean? That's what you need. No, heads down. We're 2-0, 2-1 down, guys. Let's just let them go through. No, get on them. Get on them.
I just screenshotted it. Well, I didn't put the video, but get the point.
Oh, I didn't know it was a video.
It was a video because it was Tuchel was celebrating the first goal.
He ran. Yeah,
and he ran across.
Yeah, I see him running.
Before it was Jose.
He ran across the entire pitch.
Yeah.
He says, "Luckily, I didn't see you making your trip over. Would have been well deserved." I don't know what that means. That's kind of
Well,
a bad.
means
Would
like-
have tripped him over.
Google Translate. Is that a Google
Well,
Translate?
it's because Tuchel ran over to Conte's side when he was celebrating,
Yeah, he
and
did.
Conte didn't see him, and he's saying like, if he had seen him, then
He
he's
would've
like,
tripped
I
him
would
up.
have made it like you would have deserved it.
You would have done a
He would've
Romero
knocked him out.
classic, a
He would've-
side
yeah.
tackle.
Stuck his leg out.
Yeah, he would have.
Conte would have done it, bro. He used to be crazy when he was a player. You ever seen some of his highlights? He was insane. He was a good player.
Yeah, but when he yanked Conte back, like there was no way his personality, he was backing down from him.
No, come on. No, I
And
mean,
he
from
definitely.
anybody.
I know I'm biased, but does anyone here disagree that he yanked Conte back round?
No,
Yeah,
he
Jason,
absolutely did.
He absolutely, Jason. If I grabbed your arm and I yanked you back,
Oh,
I mean, like,
100%,
and
you
like,
know.
and a vicious
Right.
intent, you're gonna
Right.
square up with me.
I just got one thing to say from Will Stewart, THFC Rants to Thomas Tuchel. Joe Roden thinks you suck. Just saying.
Yeah, Thomas the Tank
Yeah,
Engine.
he yanked. So like Antonio went to like shake his hand because it was like the game was over, right? So he went to like shake his hand, and then he like held his hand, and then Conte was like, "What the heck?" And he held it, and then he yanked it, and then he looked at him like, "Look me in the eye." He made the like or like look me in the eye, and then Conte got into his face like, what the hell?
Have you guys noticed a pattern though under Conte is all these late minute goals? You know what I mean? We're getting a lot of late minute goals, a lot of late minute wins.
That's
It's
my
priority. It's
you
the
know?
belief of the team. They don't believe that the game is done until it's done.
Yeah.
So they go and they push, and sometimes the opponents they slack off because it's like, oh, it's the 95th minute, like the ref's gonna blow the whistle. And then what happened with Leicester can happen again, just as it happened today. So
yeah, and that's why I think it was a big deal that we actually were the ones that scored in the last minute. Look, it's a draw, right? Like we can't go crazy about it.
Oh,
but
I celebrated
normally,
it.
right? Like this was basically like the bridge. But if we were Chelsea, you know what I mean? We got the last minute draw. You know what I mean? We ruined their day. They thought they had it. They're running away with it, and we were like, nah. We stole it right under your nose. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
a couple years ago that wouldn't have happened.
What was really sweet was listening to a bit of Talk Sport where a few Chelsea fans were calling in.
They were whining.
Oh, that was top shelf entertainment. I was laughing my head off listening to these whiners.
Dude, I love seeing Basuma celebrating with the
at the end,
yeah. I was like, come on.
Yeah, get him on. Come on. Yeah, that was good.
That was awesome.
Got to show that. Gotta send that. If you have an Arsenal friend, send that. Mario, you can send that to your Arsenal friend. Did you go to the? Oh, that's right. You were out of the country when Arsenal was in Orlando, weren't you?
Yeah.
Have you guys seen All or Nothing, Arsenal?
I haven't watched the last.
I've
I've only watched
one
1 through
episode
3.
I want to watch.
Such
And I
a
haven't
shit
put it out.
show.
One, that's
I love
it.
it.
Just one.
I'll probably watch the rest of it tonight after the show ends.
Do you reckon Arteta will be playing the Arsenal boys some Chaz and Dave before they play us?
He's gonna have the photographer to do a team talk. That's what he's gonna do.
Listen,
I'm not gonna lie, that was a half decent team talk.
One thing I want to say about Arteta,
Better than all the ones.
Can't be worse than Nuno.
Look, watching the show, I try to go in as best as possible with an unbiased lens because I wanted to see like how good this guy is, right? As a manager,
Jokes.
I think he's a good motivator. I honestly do, and I think he has good man management. But honestly, his tactics just not there. Every time Arsenal were down, go watch the show. He's always like, "Come on, guys!" He's giving this motivational speech and everything. It's like that's great and all, dude, but we're getting, fucked by Liverpool over there.
I don't know. But maybe I'm old. Maybe I'm old.
That doesn't
and
help me.
But maybe I'm old and old school. But if I was standing in a locker room as an athlete and the manager's like, everybody's get in a circle and hold hands and let's create a bubble of energy, I would laugh myself out of the dressing room. That wouldn't motivate me.
Where's the tactical analysis? Where's what you need to do?
Exactly.
Well,
Marcel,
and fucking stop his runs. You know what I mean?
Did you all not like his drawings? Like
Yeah,
that's
the
his
brain and
tactical
the
analysis.
the brain
Like,
and the
what is
heart.
this?
The brain is the
Doesn't
heart.
have a
I
brain.
was like, is this
I,
elementary
I
school?
almost died as a baby,
Oh
and
my
this is the
God.
greatest day of my life. It's like, what?
Yeah, brilliant.
High
I just want to
performance.
see this. I want to
But
see the Spurs
but
game episode,
here's the
mate.
thing.
That's
Here's
all
why
I wanna see.
here's why I say he's a great motivator and he's a good man management. Because somewhat, even though how ridiculous his speeches are, it somehow does motivate the Arsenal players. It does seem to get an effect on them.
Only the one. Wait.
Only
Only the ones that are like Generation Z guys, right?
Yeah,
like,
but
forgive me if you're Generation Z, but
that's his players.
but
That's his
like
players, right?
that's why Aubameyang left. That's why all the players that were quality that were a bit, over the age of 20. We're like laughing at him. Who is this guy who says that beating Norwich is the best day of his life since surviving some disease as a child? Right?
Yeah. It's like, I mean, he's going to run out of stories. You can't motivate them again.
He can't be a motivator.
Exactly. I wasn't having it.
He can't say to the players again this year, let me tell you about the time I nearly died, because they'll say, nah, he told us that story when we were playing a shitty team last year. But that's it. That's as good as he's got. He's used it.
Yeah.
Bang.
No, I've noticed when it comes to the tactical side of the games, like one thing I noticed about Jose is sometimes Jose was a shit motivator, but when it came to like breaking down the game, you saw how he perfectly predicted where Pogba was going to be when we played United, and how he was going to try to get a penalty and everything, and he can break down a game. You know what I mean? That's what the top managers do. So I'm interested to see Arsenal play against a big team.
You know what it is with Arsenal is if it's like the chips are down, they're 2-1 down in a game, 70th minute. I do not back Arteta to go and get a result.
No.
I will back Conte every single time.
Yeah.
But with Arteta, I think Arsenal had one of the lowest turnover rates.
Their turnover is terrible.
From losing positions, they picked up I think it was single digit points, whereas we've picked up well into the double digits. So
and that's where it separates from being just a motivator and then a good manager. You know what I mean? I think as a manager, you should be a good motivator, and whatever works for your team works, right? But if you can't, if you're 2-0 down, you know what I mean, you gotta tactically break down the game. You can't just be like, guys, we gotta play harder. You know what I mean? We gotta build more intensities. They are. You gotta tell them what to do.
Flip it back to us a sec.
In general.
Back to us a sec.
Pep, go watch All or Nothing. Pep, he's very frantic, but he's telling exactly what the players need to do. They're like, you need to be here, you need to be here, and you need to be here. And then when
pep talks were way better than Arteta's.
Way better.
The cameraman's pep talk was better than Arteta's. But I just want to remind people, we are 6 likes away from giving away 5 memberships for a month. So these are $5 memberships. There's 58 people watching the show. 6 more likes, and I'm going to give away 5 memberships.
Hey guys, I've got to go now, so I'll say goodbye. Thanks a lot.
All right,
everyone.
thanks, Paul, for coming on. We always love having you on, brother.
Steak.
Wasn't it nice though that when we made subs, there was some quality players coming on?
Yeah, it was really nice.
Charleston was a fresh air, honestly.
It was good to not look at the bench and see Harry Winks.
I was like, it was nice that when the subs were coming on, I wasn't dying inside, which is how it's been for the longest time.
Also, what I recognize this year is we seem to be a lot more better at attacking set pieces now. I don't know if that set piece coach has definitely made his mark now. That Italian coach that we got, that new set piece coach, we seem to be a lot more dominant. We barely probably had 3 corners, and every single corner we seem to be getting on top of the ball.
To be fair, Perisic,
except for the one they scored on.
Yeah, but
I meant us attacking the set piece.
That first corner, which
we
was
scored
garbage.
a set piece last week against Eric Dyer against Southampton,
peg on him.
and then we scored one with Harry Kane.
True.
Yeah, so we seem to be
deliveries are
Harry Kane
better.
is still shit.
Deliveries are better.
So
and look, that's why I think personally, I thought we had a good transfer window. You know what I mean? I know we didn't get a center back, and I think we needed a center back.
Long lay.
But
we needed a right wing back too, to be honest.
Yeah, that's true. But I think we try to go for the one for our targets, and we couldn't get them. And I think we have to kind of follow that model that Liverpool also does, where we didn't get Van Dijk in the summer. we go in January, right? We didn't get our target. We try again in January and see if we can get our targets. I'd rather us do that than just, I don't know, spend money on 13 million on some defender and then never use them.
I think that's what Longley is, though. I think because there was no option in his contract to extend it or to make it permanent.
But he's
so
alone.
I think he's just a temporary solution until we can like at a Bastoni, for example, until we can get Bastoni to somehow open up to the Spurs position. Maybe if like
option to buy. It was first that there wasn't, and then it came out that actually there is an option to buy.
Okay.
So we have hit 50 likes. Heung-min Son, the XG Destroyer, was gifted a 1-month membership. Carl Simpson, Roy, Elias, and KM Home.
I personally think we're gonna monitor what's going on in Inter over the past few months, and I think in January, maybe next summer, we might try to go again. I think
Inter still need to sell players before
exactly. So we're gonna. We're just gonna wait and bide our time and see if we can get them.
They have to do it by the end of this window. They have to.
They have to make money.
They have to make it by the end of August.
Quite a lot.
To be honest, I just feel like these football clubs and their accountants will find a way to wiggle themselves out of. Like you see Barcelona, you see Barcelona. They had a deadline to register their players, and then somehow they sold shares and they do all these deals.
Probably take out a loan or something.
Although to be fair,
find a way. It rarely happens that these things that they're actually held accountable.
I feel like La Liga. I feel like La Liga definitely is more biased and more favored towards Barcelona, just because of how much they depend on Barcelona and Real Madrid for viewership. Yeah. I think in the Premier League, where listen, if Chelsea's having a hard time, tough time. You know what I mean? Like we got other clubs. You know what I mean? We don't need Chelsea to be at the top.
La Liga's dying. Yes.
Yeah, I feel like La Liga. If Barca and Real Madrid are not competing for the league, people aren't watching. It's the simple truth.
I mean, listen, I hope you're right. I hope that they do actually have to sell some players and we can actually pick them on. But I just feel like,
no, but Serie A is going through the same thing, man. I mean,
this is what Conte said to Tuchel.
Serie A is going through the same thing. I mean,
Pep did the same thing when they played Liverpool.
Twice. Yeah, I mean, there's I mean, we'll see how this team plays out, as the season progresses.
I did want to bring up a point. I know he's gone now, but Paul, he was saying how we picked up 4 points from teams that we dropped last season, but it's never guaranteed that we're gonna beat the top two again or beat the other teams.
That's what I'm saying.
We lost to Hampton last season. We could lose to I don't know. Hopefully not, but we could lose to a relegation side. You never know. It's the pressure, right?
Well, what I will say is
we're not West Ham though. So
what gives me more confidence is that for the first time playing against Chelsea, right, we weren't playing well, and we looked at our bench and we had some solutions, right? So I think we're going to see a little bit more of a consistent team this season. Whether we're going to challenge for the title, I mean, come on now, City and Liverpool, they're very challenging for the title is almost like a hopeful thought. If we're being honest,
call me negative, but if we finish fourth again but get more points, that's an improvement.
Yeah, that's not negative.
Do you know what I mean? Do I want to finish third? Yeah, but
I want a trophy and top 4.
Exactly. That's the truth.
I think it's entirely possible for us to finish fourth and be better than we were last year, right?
Could we go Invincibles?
Why not?
No chance.
Oh, Will, slow your roll.
No chance.
It doesn't mean all wins. It just means never losing, right?
No
yeah, just draw each game.
No chance.
Yeah, just get Maurice to hold the ball the whole game.
Yeah, you're trying to get clipped right now.
I mean, technically, you could go Invincibles. Technically, you could go Invincibles and get relegated.
True.
38 points.
Let me ask you this: would you rather win by 100 points or go invincible?
I'd rather go invincible and finish top 4 and not win the league, just to shut Arsenal up.
Yes.
So they would stop using that as their, well, we've won the league. Well, so have we. We did Invincibles, blah, blah, blah. And then I'm like,
See,
we've won European trophies and you haven't, blah, blah, blah.
I personally think I would rather be, like the City, like Centurion team or whatever, the 100, point team. Just simply because if you compare it, like you said, like if the Invincibles and City, that City team played in the same season, City would have been the Premier League champions. It's fact. They got the most points. So in my opinion, I think getting the most points would be better.
I tell you what, though, if we do get 100 points,
no, it's not gonna stop.
No, but like I'm saying, like you guys said, would you rather take 100 or Invincible? I would probably take 100 because the chances are that you could probably win a league with 100 points, right?
Well, you will win a league.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
most
like
likely
You should.
But what if both scenarios
Hopefully.
resulted in a Premier League title?
I'll be Invincible then.
No,
I'd rather go Invincible and win the title.
Invincible, like Arsenal's Invincible
probably
would
go
have won the
third.
league in the last 5 years or something like that. They would like what 80 points or something, 85 points or something
Yeah,
like that.
that's not that
I mean,
Yeah,
it's,
it
it's
was
nothing.
It was like 86 or some shit.
Yeah,
Right,
it's
but in
nothing
the
nowadays.
scenario, if I've got a scenario of the most points and win or being Invincible,
Yeah, that's the
and win
best team in the
league,
Premier
I'll-
League history, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Like
take
nobody can
I'll
beat
take
you.
an Invincible in a league.
Absolutely,
win.
yeah.
No, 100 points.
No.
If you get 100 points,
No,
you're
take the
best.
Invincible because the Arsenal fans do not shut up about this Invincible.
I don't
shit,
care.
Man.
I don't care
Yeah,
about
oh,
It'll be only
Arsenal fans.
Ty who'll be
You gotta get
complaining.
shit about the banner, man.
Listen,
I don't want you to hear say.
you know
It's
what you
just Ty who's complaining like no one else is.
Nah, I'm gonna keep it right. I'm
Listen,
taking
this
Invincible. I'm
is
taking
what
the
you do
Invincible.
when an
I can't
Arsenal
even lie.
fan brings up the Invincible. You know what I tell them? I'm like, that's great for you. Go get your nice little blanket. Go get your picture of Thierry Henry and go, dream about the past. I'm
But
living right
not-
here, right now. You know what
Winning
I mean?
the league and not being beaten for a whole season. Like
I don't care.
Does that mean we get the Champions League and the FA Cup and the Carabao?
I would rather be treble winners.
with
than be Invincible.
70 points. I just want to win the Premier League. That's
True. True.
That's just me.
I want to win the league too. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that Invincible thing. Just to see the look on Arsenal's face, the Arsenal fans' faces, to pull in an Invincible. Say we got. It would be even better banter if we got like 60 points and win Invincible. Like, that would
Let
be
me ask
even
you this.
funnier.
Let
You
me
know
ask
what
you
I mean?
this:
Like,
do you guys think we can win a trophy this season? Honestly speaking,
we can.
Yeah, I actually think
Why
we
not?
can. To be quite honest with you,
As long as we face,
Which
as long as we
trophy?
face
Which
City in the
trophy?
final, we'll be all right. Other than that, it'll be
And
tough.
it's not Mason.
And Mason's not the coach. Yeah.
Which trophy though do you think we can win?
Well, if we're going to be wanting to face
Well, it
City in
ain't
the
the
final, it's most
Champions
likely
League.
the Carabao Cup, right? That's the only one that City wins. So
Oh come on, they won a lot more.
other than the league,
Come on, now.
And Champions League.
We can't be.
they haven't won the Champions League. City's
never
never
won
won a
the
European
Oh,
trophy.
If we
All the
met
Champions
the
League group
third
stage games
to
are gonna
play.
happen
Yeah,
before the
City's
end of
as a
November.
club have never won a European trophy. Neither has Arsenal.
We got more European history than both of them.
Yeah.
Way more.
We were the first British club
Club to
to
win.
win a
A
European.
European trophy. That's correct.
Very true.
Do you guys think that it's kind of worrying though that I don't know City or Liverpool or even Arsenal could be studying that Chelsea game and be like, all right, if this is how we play against Spurs, then we could
Yeah,
get a
but
result.
Arsenal aren't
I
Chelsea.
disagree.
No,
No, I
they
disagree.
play the way they play. They don't play three at the back. Arsenal maybe, Arteta maybe. He's a bit of a
Ben
bit of a
White
Yeah,
right
but-
like that.
against
but-
Son.
But
Good
like,
luck.
they don't have the players to man mark. Like look
I agree
look
with
what
Marcel.
happened to Rob Holding last time. You know what I mean? They tried to man mark Son, got 2 yellow cards. Like you can't listen. Man marking Son and Kane and Kulusevski for 90 minutes takes extreme skill and physicality. And Chelsea are like one of the few clubs that can like neutralize them. Even Liverpool, Van Dijk couldn't hold Son and Kane last season.
Couldn't hold
you know what I mean?
Mitrovic.
Yeah, it's very, very hard to man mark our team. We're a very fast, explosive counter-attacking team. It's not easy.
It's
I will-
N'Golo Conte,
I will
man.
say-
N'Golo Conte, like when he's at this form, the way he was playing
He's
today, man,
intense.
like what happened to everybody saying that this guy fell off, and now when he comes against us, this dude wants to go back
I'm not trying to give
2018
all
times.
the big ups to Chelsea, but I will say Koulibaly, great signing. He was
player.
man of the match.
I don't know why we didn't go for him.
Really
Honestly,
good.
he played better.
I
than
said we should have
Rudiger
gone
played
for him.
against us.
Yeah,
I said it. I said we should go for him.
It's okay.
I think he's done well. It's a good replacement.
I think he's a good player.
Tank.
No, I thought he was good. I mean, basically, that was.
They were all garbage.
Helps that he's really tall.
Yeah, fuck him.
We should have been. We just left him open, like on the corners. We just completely left him open.
In every single corner, he was far post. I don't know why nobody picked him up.
Yeah,
Every
nobody
single
man
one,
marked.
he was in the same
Like,
spot.
To
out
be
there.
fair though, Chelsea didn't like. People keep saying Chelsea. Like, yes, they dominated the ball in terms of possession, but Chelsea.
No, chance-wise, they didn't have a lot
Yeah,
of chances.
we created the same amount of Chelsea.
Chelsea had like
I had some
grade A
golden
chances
chances.
they missed.
Yeah, so I mean, they had like 12 shots total. We had 10. They had 3 shots on target. We had 5.
On target.
You know,
That's because they missed their shot. Like Havertz
Yeah,
shot.
but even they only had 2 more shots than us the entire game.
Yeah, but Kane missed a
And
sitter.
they had like 70%
Yeah,
possession.
that's
so-
earlier.
That's a sitter for Kane. Kane
Yeah,
scores
Kane
that
did miss
9
a
out of
sitter.
10 times.
I honestly
Not
thought that was
recently.
going in the back of the net. Like, I couldn't believe he fucked that.
Son almost chipped Mendy. He was
Yeah, it was
very
unlucky.
close. Yeah, very unlucky.
Yeah, he didn't hit it
He
well.
was
because
he was
running.
going to if that's why Reece James pulled. I wondered too at first why Reece James pulled him down so early.
Yeah.
And then when they played the replay back and I saw that Mendy was like outside the 18-yard box, he was about to get blazed if he didn't get pulled down. I was like, oh hey man, yeah, that was a good yellow. But
That's the thing. Like when people are saying, we should drop Son, I'm like,
no,
that's
you don't drop
the
Son.
challenge with dropping him. Like you can't. How can you
We
drop?
got R9 though.
You can rotate Son, but you don't drop Son.
You don't drop
But
Son.
then
You
when-
rotate him.
But okay, so my
Don't drop
point
the
is
golden
beyond the
boot
fact that
winner.
it's so disrespectful because of how good a player he is. He is the kind of player that even when he's not playing that well, he can just make something happen out of nothing. Like
Very
he can
true.
just make magic happen, just out of nowhere and just change the game. And like even Conte has said that about him. He's the kind he's undroppable because he can just change the game. Showing like he didn't have a good game, he was playing badly, but that, for example, that one moment where he got the ball and he just started running, right? And then Reece James had to foul him and drag him down. If he had been able to just keep running, he would have changed the game and scored.
And
But-
he got us a yellow card. I mean, that's big.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nobody
You know?
else, who else can do that? At that
But-
nobody else can do that.
But one thing I will say about Son, I think it's one thing I'll always say about him. I think it's good that he has someone for rotation, just because people like tend to mark Son. A lot of players tend to mark him just because of how explosive he is, and that's very tiring, dealing with that many defenders. And I also think like Son in a game against Chelsea, he's a little bit too nice. I love the guy, you know what I mean? Like I love Sonny. I don't think his performance was bad, but I think he's got to get a little bit nastier. You know what I mean? Like for Richarlison, I thought he was nasty today. Putting in sliding tackles. I think that's how you got to play against Chelsea. You can't play nice
I don't know.
guys.
This is what he said to Richarlison, right? I mean, he was like,
I don't know, man.
in the
Yeah,
locker room after the Korea Brazil match, right? Or Charles, they were
That's
talking
true.
about something, and he was like,
Listen, I'm not saying he is a completely nice guy, but in that game he could you got to be a little bit nasty. You got to do like some nasty things, man.
It's
Yeah.
funny though.
we do
when
have
you
another
listen
guest
what-
to bring in first. I gotta add it, yeah. He's one of my favorite Twitter guys. Add it, yeah, is in the house. That's my new nickname for it. Add it, yeah.
Hi, bro.
hello?
What's
How you
going on,
doing?
fella? How you doing? I'm doing good, man.
Steak.
Yeah, bro. Watch that game, bro. We got outplayed. Don't you think so?
Yep, we got we got Wolves coming up, and
Yeah.
so there's some things going on. So the channel's going to be shifting. We'll still be doing shows and stuff over here too, and we'll be doing shows. This show,
Yeah.
for the First Team Future, but we're going to be doing some changes on the channel. We're going to be doing a little bit more everything than just Tottenham, and by everything I mean
Yeah.
like USMNT,
hold
Champions
on.
League,
Nice.
European.
Hold on a second. I want to
Yeah.
respond to one of the comments. AG, he said that Chelsea missed 3 open goals. Other than the Harvard's chance, they've only missed 1 open goal, and that was it. I mean, the Sterling
No,
chance.
Sterling.
To
Sterling.
No. But the Sterling chance, there's 2
Conan
defenders.
Gallagher as well.
but that's
side
not
netting.
that's not an open goal. That's defenders were in front of him. They blocked his view.
No,
They
but
didn't let him
those were good chances.
No, but those are half. No, listen. If a defender gets in front of you and you just hit the ball and you sky it, that's not a clear-cut chance. That's a half a chance.
Yeah,
You know
no,
what I mean?
But
I'm
that is
sorry,
still
but
a
like
good
that's
chance.
not true because Chelsea only had one big chance missed. We
Yeah,
had
and that was
3.
like, that was Kai Havertz. That's what I'm saying.
No, bro, but
Sterling-
that
that
is a
Sterling was
misleading
not-
stat,
Sterling-
isn't it?
No, that Sterling is not a full chance. If Eric Dyer and Ben Davies are in his trajectory and in front of him, and Sterling can't get a clear shot, so then he just shoots and hopes he can
Bro,
curve
what's
it,
your
and
name?
then it goes in the sky. That's not a clear-cut chance.
But he's
What's
not
your name,
hoping.
bro?
He's got a clear shot at the net to score.
No, he doesn't, because there's 2 defenders right in front of him. If he had a clear shot, why didn't he shoot straight? Why didn't he just shoot?
Because he's Sterling, and that's
around?
what he does.
No, it's because there's 2 defenders, and he tried to curl it. He tried to curl it past 2 defenders, but he just shot it in the sky. That's not.
Let's look at the
clear-cut
statistics.
open
It's
goal.
easier to argue, right? Let's go to
No,
the
but
data.
this is not the point, right? The point here is whenever we had the ball, we could not pass through them, and whenever they had the ball, we could not approach them. That was the bigger thing for me.
So we have Chelsea. No,
while
I'm sorry,
playing
but
football,
look,
we
this is
could not
all
match them.
okay. This is all irrelevant, right? Because there is an actual stat called big chances missed.
We missed
and
more. We had the more clear-cut.
They
chances.
only missed one big
According
chance.
to those definitions of big chances missed, though, right?
Yeah, but it's based off XG, which means expected goal. So you're expected to score. A goal you're expected to score has a high XG. In order to be a big chance miss, it has to exceed 0.5. And so if it hasn't exceeded 0.5, it's not a big chance miss.
Let me ask you this. Harry Kane 101 with Mendy. Which one is more clear chance? Harry Kane 101 with Mendy or Sterling trying to find an opening, going sideways all the time, and having Dyer and Davies in front of him, shooting at the goal? Which one is more of a
I think both should have been
chance?
goals. I think you're kind of.
But that's what happened. No,
happened on the
what
Sterling
happened.
chance.
I'll say both were equal.
No.
Because
no
Chelsea
way.
defender was catching Harry Kane very soon.
It
If
is
he had
what I
not
saw.
shot, he would have got
Harry
tackled. That's why.
Kane was 101 with him.
But it is not clear cut one on one. It is still a difficult one on one. That is a big difference. Chelsea defender was like it was very much like Thomas Fuller miss against England, right? Is that not true?
Like I want to get the footage, but I don't know. Like I don't want to copyright or anything. But like I almost want to show. If you see Davies and Dyer.
How did he miss that, by the way? Shouldn't have missed that, isn't it?
He was
I
trying
don't
to
know.
pirouette
I don't know
that
how-
goal. Like literally, he was trying to pirouette that goal, and he always missed. I mean,
And Dyer didn't give him that space. That's called defending. It's zonal defending.
yeah. I'm not so harping on this because I'm trying to figure out. This is what I love about fan base, right? When we got Basuma, because it was in the chat, I never got a chance to respond to it. You know, everybody doing cartwheels and stuff like that. Oh, he's going to get the start. Now people are telling me he's there for depth. I'm like so confused. You guys tell me, is Hoiberg and Betancourt, but more Hoiberg, is he untouchable? We know Sonny and Kane, they're untouchable in regards to what they do in Romero, and of course Lloris. But is Hoiberg untouchable? Because like I said, I thought Basuma was meant to be able to play this type of role.
I don't think he's untouchable, but I think he is more familiar with playing with Bentancur. He's more familiar with Conte's system, and playing with Conte for as long as he has, he's probably more fitter than Basuma, who kind of came in later.
So does that mean Basuma is not ever going to start?
No. That means I think Conte is gonna, bringing men right as a sub for some games and slowly integrate them into the team. That's what a lot of managers do.
So I was a bit wrong here. So you can see here, this is the big chance missed for Chelsea. So the 74th minute, Kai Havertz. That's when they're considering a big chance missed. And the 3 for us are
1.84 is XG or what?
47 minute from Son, Ryan Sessegnon, and
I'm gonna think of it.
Kane.
Kane scored a goal and he played bad. I thought Horberg played bad. You saw the first half. It doesn't. Him and Kane lucked out. They both scored, but that doesn't mean that they didn't play a bad game. You know, it's just and I'm responding to X9, X5, X5, X5. Whoa! He scored a goal. I don't care. Before that goal, I thought he was shit.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Mari. When you get a new player and he's very talented and you want to get him into the team, unless he's like a Harry Kane or a Lewandowski or a Messi or a Son or someone at that level, right? You don't just throw him out in there with a team he hasn't really played a full season with, right? Like Højbjerg has played a whole season with Bentancur. He's played a whole season with Winks. He's played a whole season with a lot of the players in the team, right? So he's more familiar. So like he's more of a safe starter than Bissouma is right now because he's unfamiliar with Conte's system.
Then how did Chelsea players play against us? Cucurella, Koulibaly, and one more guy.
Because they have to. They have to.
Chelsea,
you guys have no one else.
No, but no. This is my point, bro. What's your name? Marcelo, right? Oh yeah, Marcelo.
Yeah.
So this is my point, right? It did not eventually matter whether they had to play or not. It did not impact their performance. They still played well. That's my point.
No, they played well, but it's a gamble every time you do play a player that's not from haven't been playing your system for a long time. You know what I mean?
It did not take enough time for them. That's what I'm saying. These are newer signings than our signings, isn't it?
There's a lot of teams that they have coaches that come in, their players, they start to play, they're able to come in. I just find
Haaland as well. City have got players, but they are playing.
Yeah, but Haaland is Haaland is a superstar. He's a superstar.
Oh, come on, no.
He's gonna start. Like I love Bissouma, but
Sterling is also a star. Koulibaly is also a star. Like these are also good players, top players, isn't it?
Listen, Sterling has to start because you don't have Chelsea don't have a striker, right?
I understand that, Marcelo, but at the same time, they played well, right? It did not impact their performance.
Yeah.
Is that not true? They still played well.
But one of the best midfielders in the Premier League. So you tell me he cannot walk in? It's not even walking in. We started to do it in June. This is what I hate about Peppers because we make excuses.
It's not excuses.
Not you, Marcelo, but it's just like, okay, they could walk in. But yeah, they were signed a week ago. Yes, they could. They're required to walk in. But you told me Bissouma, who's been signed in June, despite having COVID, could not be able to start like this.
Gabriel Jesus as well at Arsenal.
A lot of managers. Listen,
I'm impressed. Bissouma would have been perfect to come in.
But a lot of managers, they don't like to change teams when they have momentum, right? We had a good momentum coming in from the Southampton game, right? From what I remember, a lot of people were okay with the starting lineup on Twitter. I didn't see a lot other than Perisic and maybe Bissouma, right? But it's like when the team has momentum, a lot of coaches kind of like to keep that team and slowly integrate the new players.
I get that.
Like Klopp does the same thing. Unless if it's like Nunes and he has to start him because he really doesn't have other options. He usually likes to slowly integrate. I mean, look what he did with Jota. He didn't just start Jota. You know what I mean? He kind of slowly put him in there.
Yeah, there are some examples in where Klopp did, for example, Klopp, he did take a whole year for Fabinho to get integrated into the starting lineup.
It takes time sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes it takes
not for all the players.
But
yeah,
I think you guys are discounting the fact that Højbjerg was such a pivotal player for us for 2 seasons. He has played 90 minutes every single game. He was our workhorse. He was every game. And yes,
but that's not the point
could
here.
be. Let me just finish. Bissouma could be
when you
better.
are playing against Chelsea, it's a style matchup.
Let him finish his point. Let me finish his point.
And I'm saying Bissouma could be better, and he most likely is. But I think it's the trust that Conte has in Højbjerg, because he's had two seasons in Tottenham. He's had a whole season with Højbjerg, so he knows this player. He knows how this player is going to react. Maybe there's also an unspoken or hidden factor of the fact that he brings up our morale. Maybe there's like a boost that he gives in the change room or something when he comes on at half or something. We can't comment on that, but I think there's something to say that Conte has trust in Højbjerg. He does not trust at the moment 100%.
But against teams like Chelsea, you need press-resistant players, isn't it? Højbjerg and Sessegnon are not press-resistant. Perisic and Basuma are, isn't it? So against teams like Chelsea, you have to change because those players are technically not well equipped enough to play against teams like Chelsea. Dyer, Davis, Sessegnon, Højbjerg, these are not press-resistant players. They can't play well with the ball. Basuma
So does he
can.
take them off
can.
at half then? So he takes them off at half without giving them like.
I know the service.
I personally think they should have started.
I know the service that Højbjerg's had the last 2 years when you have a team, when you have Tege, Bella. I get that. But you have to look at quality. You have to look at form. He's had a horrible preseason to my eyes. Last week he was somewhat okay. We get a new player. We want to improve on that. That's the thing. We always run on credit, on past credit with some certain players. This is why we got Conte in, to be ruthless, to be like, hey, if you're not playing, it's going to be the next man up.
No, Conte isn't ruthless for the sake of being ruthless, though. He's only ruthless if you stab him in the back. Højbjerg has been a very loyal player to him. You know what I mean? He has worked very hard for him. And if a new midfielder comes in and then he's just like, well, you're just going to sit in the bench. Basuma's going to start now. You know what I mean? Like, you break that relationship with the player. A lot of times managers, they sometimes like to slowly incorporate new players. And sometimes maybe Conte has like a special assignment for Basuma. You know what I mean? Maybe he has he wants Basuma to play a certain way before he starts, starting him on the pitch. It could be that.
Yeah.
I mean, why did Werner leave to Chelsea? I feel like there was some sort of breakdown. Because the reason why Werner left Chelsea is because Sterling comes in and the manager probably tells Werner, "Hey,
you're bench."
No, but there's been a rumor that Thomas Tuchel,
his man management is awful.
Is really bad with attackers for some reason. He doesn't get along with them.
Well, he fell down with Aubameyang.
Well, I mean, he fell out with Aubameyang. Aubameyang left when it was at Dortmund, but like Christian Pulisic has made comments that he doesn't really like him, which is weird because they were together at both Dortmund and Chelsea. You have Timo Werner didn't like him. Lukaku didn't like him at all. Obviously, there's something going on there with that because I think I heard that was one of the reasons too why I got sacked at PSG as well.
Yeah, a lot of players fell out with them. A lot of players didn't like playing with them. Mbappe didn't want to play for him. Neymar, everybody didn't want to really play for him.
Yeah, looking at today, he kind of looks like a dick, doesn't he?
His man management it's really I don't think very good. I think obviously the Lukaku one, I don't blame him so much. But with Werner, like how he treated Werner, who helped them win a Champions League, by the way, right? Literally the next season, he just goes like, oh, you're dropped, and I'm going to start Lukaku, and then kind of just put Werner on the side burners instead of maybe trying to work with them. I don't know. Like, he kind of tends to put players on the sideburn when he doesn't have use for them, and that's not really, like, how you maintain a squad. It's the same issue Jose Mourinho has.
I hear you.
Marcelo, in all fairness, Werner was not playing well. He was missing so many chances. His performances weren't good. So then he has to be dropped by any manager, isn't it?
No. But here's the thing. I'm not saying Werner was undroppable. He was very droppable. But the one season you had with him, he helped you win a Champions League, right? Like, that's a huge accomplishment. And then you buy a new striker in the window,
by
right?
that, it's saying Moura should be playing for Tottenham, isn't it?
No.
Because he scored against Ajax.
Hold on for a second. Just to interrupt. I have to go do something real quick. Mari, you're in charge.
All right. What I'm saying is that when when Lukaku came in, he shouldn't have just been like, all right, sorry, Warner, buddy. Thank you for the Champions League and all the memories. I'm going to play Lukaku and Havertz, and I'm going to let you sit on the bench. You know what I mean? It just, and then Lukaku, kind of fell off with them. And then he's like, hey, Warner, Lukaku fell out. Can you play for me? He's like, no, like, fuck you, man. You know what I mean? You put me on the bench. You put me on the sideline after everything I've gone through, played with you. I'm not going to play for you. You know what I mean? That's what happens when you just put your players on the side burner. It's the same thing that happened with Jose Mourinho.
I think the problem, Mari, your name is right, Mari.
Yeah.
I think what the problem is the for some reason Conte wants to change Bissouma with Bentancur instead of Bissouma with Højbjerg. Because if he was swapping them, I would be like, no problem. But he was swapping Bentancur for him, which is like kind of weird.
It's because he really likes Højbjerg specific. I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that like he specifically had he's big on trust. Conte is like really, really big on trust, and he has this thing also for like a few favorites that he has that are like kind of like his undroppables. And specifically with Højbjerg, he does really favor him, I think, and then particularly because he's a leader and he really wants that like leadership in the middle of the pitch, I think. So even though I think that Bissouma could play in a way that Højbjerg does, I think he always picks Højbjerg because he wants Højbjerg's leadership in the middle of the pitch. But I would be really curious, kind of like how Will was kind of putting like player against player stats up. I would be really curious about what Bissouma's stats are against like versus Højbjerg, and particularly like in the tackles and defense stats.
I'm pretty sure Bissouma was in the top like bracket, like top.
Yeah, I haven't looked at it.
90th
I'm just saying like that would be something that would be.
Yeah, but so was Højbjerg.
I would be really curious to see.
I'm pretty sure Bissouma led the whole league in like defensive accuracy, defensive.
And I think Will compared our
tackle
midfielders
percentage
to Bissouma, and Bissouma was ranked above them in terms of stats, hard stats. I think we did a show like it was like towards the maybe 2 months ago when like we first got him. So
I would also just say about Højbjerg, the thing is he got his goal today, which was a good goal. I'm not going to take anything from him on that, but I am really annoyed with the revisionist history because Højbjerg did not have a great game. Like nobody had a good game. But then I started hearing people being like, "Oh, Højbjerg was like the only one on the pitch that was so great," and I'm like, where did you get this from? Just because he scored a goal? Like,
you know, it's crazy. I think the most consistent player on that pitch, and you're gonna think I'm crazy, was Emerson. He wasn't good. He wasn't good. He wasn't
consistently average.
He was just consistently average.
Shit.
No, he wasn't shit. He wasn't shit. He wasn't shit. Well, look. What chances did he give away?
Literally every single one he put.
No. Name a clear. What? Don't say. Oh, like every single one. What clear cut chances did he give away?
All of them.
You can't say that. That's such a cop out.
Why not?
Give me an example.
Listen. Emerson, he played decent on the defensive end.
He
but
wasn't
the thing
that bad.
Yeah, but he doesn't offer anything going forward.
Everybody was bad.
At least Ryan Sessegnon had a one-on-one with Edouard Mendy. Obviously,
but that was because Kane gave him a nice ball.
That was offside.
But at least he makes himself
everybody
open. He has like a passageway. Like he. Yeah, sorry.
To say anybody on that pitch on our side was good is just.
I don't think anybody was good.
Bentancur.
Everybody was bad.
Actually, yeah, no, I retract that. I think Bentancur was probably more consistent.
I agree with that. I think Bentancur was one of the better ones on our side, but everybody was bad. And so for us to pick out anybody saying they were good, and then also saying like somebody is the worst ever, it's way too much. Everybody was just general performance. Everybody was bad.
Yeah, and I 100% agree with you, CQ. But that's what I'm getting. I was getting that because, especially watching our midfield get dominated, and then looking at last week where Bentancur was light years our best midfielder last week. So I'm looking at this. I'm like, okay,
he's been very good.
There needs to be a little change because, like today, it was very, very concerning. And people are like, well, he scored a goal. I said, I mean, yeah, he scored a goal, but that doesn't mean that he played great. And pretty much anybody on that field could be like, man, we really got dominated. But, this is football. The thing is scoring goals. And that's what we did.
The only thing I wish Bentancur did more was have a crack at it. Sometimes he has chances to shoot, and he just
really terrible finishing.
I think it's confidence. He has no confidence.
Yeah, no confidence. But so his finishing is so bad. But I think the reason why is because he has a confidence issue with it.
He's a very confidence passer, though. When you see him pass, he's very he does pass with confidence, which I do like, and he's a good tackler, man. I don't care what people tell me. That was a clean tackle from Harvard. You can look it back. He got the ball. It was a.
He barely got it, but yeah,
he got the ball.
Back. I watched it back. Like he barely got it, but he touched it. Like he barely touched it.
And it's not like he swooped with his leg. I agree with I think Jason brought it up. He didn't swoop with his leg. He got the ball in Harvard's ran. It's a tackle. It's a clean tackle.
As for good players, I think the only good player that you could say was good for the time that he was on was Richarlison. I think he was pressing. I think he brought a second boost,
very good.
A second win to everyone. And I don't know, because he didn't play all game. So, players get leggy, they get tired, So, but when he did come on, I think he was good.
I think he was not as good as people thought. If you watch him, he lost the ball a lot. But he did seem to, I think the team picked it up around him. And so I think if you want to give him credit, who knows? But I think if you watched him individually, there was a lot of times where he got the ball and he had a heavy touch. And it was easy. The defenders would come in and take it off.
It could be nerviness, though, I think. His first game for Spurs.
He wasn't terrible. People are giving him way too much credit.
Richarlison was class.
Richarlison didn't. I don't blame him, by the way, because he wasn't on for very long. But he didn't do anything. He didn't actually do anything. If you're saying
he was good, but I'm not.
This is our best attacker.
No, but people, they're like, oh, he ran at people. I'm like, yeah, but Son ran at people too. So. I mean, I don't think that he did anything. I'm not blaming him for that because he wasn't on there that long, but I'm saying you also can't give him credit for, I mean, he didn't do anything either. So I'm not sure why.
Yeah. I think people just,
really good. What did he do?
People are biased,
people are just bringing him up because
the new signing.
I don't know. It's probably just a coincidence, but as soon as that substitution happened, our whole team seeed to pick up pace. I think it's just a coincidence.
We were already getting a little bit better before him.
Yes, but
I was paying attention because we started to play a little bit better, and I also saw that even Son, who did have a really bad game, and I would name him as one of the worst people on the pitch. As a Son fan, I would say that he was one of the worst people on the pitch. He started to perform better too. He actually started before Richie came on.
Yeah, but after our first goal, we kind of really I don't know. We dropped the level there because we because
they started they went back and and tried to, and they basically counterattacked and won the ball back and were pressing really hard. But we definitely started to get into stride a little bit before Richie came on, and I think that it was coincidental that he came on at the time that we were already starting to get a little bit of a better groove in, and there was a second wind.
In my opinion, I personally think Kane was our worst attacking player today. I don't think it was Son. In my personal opinion, I think even though Kane did get the goal, his first touches were pretty abysmal, and he was just invincible for most of the game. But he got
he had that pass for Son though, where Son had a shot at Mendy.
I still don't think you can say that because he got the winner. I still don't think you can say that.
No, it's hard to say that. He wasn't a ghost.
Kulusevski was the worst.
Yeah, I think Decky was the worst. He gave away the goal. He gave away.
Yeah, but since you guys mentioned who's the best and who's the worst, let's go over these player ratings just real quick. So people know.
Hugo. That's
not
fair.
We'll start with Hugo and see why they gave him a 6.2, right? So 2 goals conceded, obviously. So if you're a goalkeeper, you lose.
Yeah, but there's nothing you could have done with those goals.
You lose points for that. And we got big up Ben Casey rocking the new membership here at the league. We appreciate that. We had so we got one good save. 31 touches, passing accuracy 92, long balls were decent. But I mean, because he conceded 2 goals and he didn't get onto the ball, a whole lot.
How is Ben Davies on 7?
Well, so I'm gonna say. So here's the deal with here's the deal with these SOFA score things, right? So the SOFA score is based on statistics. So if you don't get on the ball a lot, you automatically get a bad score, or you don't have as high of a score if you don't. Because I mean, like with Son and Kulu here, if you look at the number of touches, so it's like Kulu is 6.4. 2 successful dribble attempts, a fairly low passing accuracy, but it's only because there was hardly any passes, right? 7 out of 11. It's not like there was a ton of passes. Normally they're hitting 20, 30 passes a game, and he only had 23 touches. So ground duels, not so great. Possession loss 10, so you get negative points every time you lose, but that's not a lot either. Losing possession 10 times in a match is pretty normal. It's usually around 14 to 15 for an
attacker. Yeah.
Son is kind of the same way. He played less minutes, so he got a 0.3 score. So if you were to say he played those last till the end of the match like Kulu, he probably would have had a little bit higher score than Kulu. Only had 29 touches, no successful dribbles, one big chance missed, 1 key pass, which is a good thing, 1 good cross, 2 of his 6 ground duels, but even his passes too, 67%, but it's only because there was 12. It's not like there was a lot. Like, that's what I'm saying. These guys were shut out of the game. Now, when you look at a guy like when you look like Højbjerg here, who's apparently the statistical man of the match, the goal. Obviously, but that's because the guy had 53 touches. And I mentioned this earlier on Henry's show. The majority of the touches came from Emerson, Højbjerg, Eric Dyer, and Christian Romero. They're the only ones to really reach the normal amount of touches per game. Everybody else.
Listen, other than the second goal, I think Romero also had a good game. I think, other than the second goal, he was on it the whole game, man. He was shithousing that game. And we needed that. I think he was vital for our equalizer.
Emerson lost the ball 14 times, but he had like 50 touches, 23 passes, pretty good on his ground duel. So defensively, you could say he was fairly solid. 3 clearances, 3 interceptions, 3 tackles. Got dribble pass once though, so that's not good. Christian Romero, again, he was 5 clearances, 1 block shot, 1 interception, 7 tackles. That's a lot of tackles. Dribble pass twice, so that's not good. Only lost the ball 9 times. Had a ton of passes, about 40 passes, 88% accurate, 63 touches, right? Eric Dyer, same. Had the most touches on the day, 77 touches. Lost the ball 17 times, so most of those were from intercepted passes. His passing percentage was pretty low, I think. Only 49 out of 63.
I keep saying, man, his passing is not that good. Eric Dyer, listen, I did not blame that second goal on Ben Davies. I blamed it mostly on Romero and Eric Dyer. Romero, okay, yes, Romero, he should have been positioned better. He was a little bit too far up front. But Eric Dyer, he's a central defensive center back, you know what I mean, of that back 3. Like, what is he doing on that right-hand side? I mean, if you look at him, like, he is so off his position. It's insane. I don't know what he was thinking, man. The guy was daydreaming. Yeah, that second goal was, it was disastrous.
So Ben Davies' score probably most likely comes from his assist number because he got that 1 assist. And then because passing wise, he wasn't very good, only 70%. He lost the ball 11 times, and his ground duels were only 50%. So he wasn't very good defensively either, to be honest with you today.
I think Romero was good though.
Yeah, Romero's fairly good. Harry Kane, again, he didn't have a whole lot of touches. Harry Kane normally averages around 50 to 60 touches a game, 45 on an average day, 37 today. Pretty decent on his pass, a fairly high number of passes as well compared to the other forwards. 4 for 4 for his long balls. Ground duels, he lost possession 10 times, right? So you have to understand, like, a lot of people say that people lose the ball a lot. Well, if you're a forward, 15 to 16 losses of possession per 90 is about normal.
Yeah, not that bad.
When you start hitting 20 pluses, that's a bad day on
like
the ball.
aren't like most attacking midfielders, like their passing completion rate is like 23% or something like that, or like
it's like low 60s, 70s or something like Harry Kane's passing accuracy is usually around like 65 or something.
Big chances created. I mean, my bad.
Yeah. But then Bentancur, he was having problems with his ground duels too today. He was losing a lot of those. I mean, touches wise though, he didn't get on the ball a lot for the midfield. As far as like these back five here, he was one of the lowest. He didn't really get on the ball a lot. Even Ryan Sessegnon apparently was the worst player on the pitch today.
He was terrible. No offense.
28 touches, only 8 passes, one ground duel.
Wow.
Yeah, 1 out of 8. So he had a lot of opportunities. So basically
check Chelsea's
11.
Next after this, check Chelsea.
I know. People were talking about Richarlison and Bissouma, but for me, the substitution of the game was Perisic, in my opinion.
So Bissouma got a 6.3, so about the same. He only played for 11 minutes though, but he 100% accuracy on his passes. Only 6 touches, so he didn't get on the ball hardly at all. And that was about it, man. Got dribbled past once, blocked 1 shot. That was it. Substitute Perisic. Everybody said he was amazing today. He got
very good.
7.3, but he only got 14 touches. But he got that 1 assist from the corner.
11 minutes.
Bro, his corners
that's good. 14 touches for 11 minutes is actually really good.
Yeah. His corners are great.
He did a corner and it was so bad.
The first one.
The first one was horrible.
But the other 2 were even his free kick.
I'm not saying in general he's bad at corners, but you were about to say, his corners are so amazing. I was like, he took a really bad corner kick today.
That's true. But I'm gonna say, I think it was more like a missed kick. I think his other 2 is more of his quality. His other 2 corners.
So Richarlison played for 33 minutes. He played the longest out of all the subs. He came on for Sessegnon. 16 touches. Again, he didn't get on the ball a whole lot. Lost the ball 8 times.
Didn't
so
win
about
a single
50%.
duel, though. That's the one thing about Richarlison that I have a problem with him is his duel. Sometimes he's not very good at against teams that are good at man marking.
Yeah, he had an average day, I think. I just he needs to score a goal, because if he's going to go away on international break here in September, Jesus is going to give him crap, in the locker room.
True.
Right? Where's your goals at, bro?
He still starts from Brazil anyway.
For him to have that many he doesn't have any touches on the ball as a wing back that's a bad, really, really bad.
When does the World Cup start? Well,
no, November. End of November.
Yeah, you'll get some goals.
November 21st.
With Chelsea, right? Chelsea didn't have a really that good of a game either, to be honest with you. Reece James was the best player on the pitch apparently for, or I guess Koulibaly rather, was the best player on the pitch for Chelsea today. Heat map wise, just kind of all over the place. But when you look at the number of touches these guys had compared to our players, 82 compared to the 50s for our defenders. Reece James had 93 touches.
Look like heat map of Reece James.
That's crazy.
The one for Reece James.
That's crazy.
She's all up in our half. Look at that.
Yeah, well, they spent. If you looked at I don't know if you guys saw it on the other thing that I brought up, but basically, when you look at the field, the stats, they spent 12. I'm trying to see where the amount of time they spent in our half.
I'm curious as to Conte's heat map. Might pull that up.
But Mari, before you go, tell people where they can find you, and tell me where I can find your properties in the Caribbean if I want to go on vacation.
Yes, Mari's Spurs channel, Wednesday night at 10:30 UK time, 5:30 US. Spurs Lounge. We started last week. We changed the name to Spurs Lounge, from the Love Lounge, Spurs Love Lounge. And so we will talk about the game. We'll have some banter, but definitely preview the Wolves game and check us out. And in regards to the properties, I'm actually working on a link where you guys can see the Airbnb, Vibo properties in regards to Airbnb in Mexico, Costa Rica, and so on. So,
yeah, when you get all that stuff sorted out, let us know, man. If we want to go on vacation down there, you know, so especially if you're living here in North America, the air flights, to, at least in the United States, to Mexico are pretty cheap, a couple $100 usually. So,
yeah.
Let people know where you got. You've got good spots, good properties for people to stay. Let us know. We'll help promote that out. Because it's one thing that we're going to be doing on the channel is I'm going to be doing some trips and stuff like that. So that we'll be doing some vlogs on those trips as well.
Can't wait to see it.
Reviews of products, just cool crap I buy. Like I just got a new chair.
I got a new chair as well.
Yeah,
I got the Secret Labs one.
I got the one. I had to get like an ergonomic one, man, because when I do these long streams, bro, my legs start to fall asleep in my old chair. So I had to get one of them ergonomic ones with the mesh. You know, testing out. So far, so good, man. My legs haven't fallen asleep yet.
Maybe that's
everybody go check out Mari and let him know you love him. And Mari will be on Wednesday night. You can be on this Wednesday night.
Yep.
All right.
Big up to Gogama. I just saw her there. So
Big up to Gogama as well. And Gogama says, Will님, 참 많이 봐주신 것 같고요. 수염도 스타일이 바뀌었네요. 멋집니다. Which that means it looks like you've lost some weight, Will. And you looks like you changed your beard style. I did change my beard style. And actually, I'm getting back in the gym. So if people don't know, back 2015, I used to be a gym rat.
Good for you.
I decided
We've done the polar opposite. We've done the polar opposite.
You've gotten out of the gym. I'm getting back into it.
You know, you're getting back.
But yeah, so I'm a week in. Week into it, I have lost 1% body fat, but I've actually gained 10 pounds.
It's all that muscle.
Yeah, it's because I haven't lifted in a long time. But muscle, if you used to lift, you tend to get it back a lot quicker than if you hadn't done it before. So I weigh about 235 now, which I was about 220 before, but I was at 23% body fat, and now I'm at 22. So that's why I look a little
shape
thicker.
to you. No, I see it. You got.
But it's by December, I hope to be at around 12% body fat. So,
Good for you, man.
Yeah.
I think going to the gym is a great thing. I can't wait to go back. Honestly,
I tell you what, man, it's actually kind of been nice because whenever I get into something, I tend to get into hard sport like Spurs. But like I think that like after a while, because for the past year, I have been so like into football that it's kind of like consumed my ever waking moment. Like I'm not even joking. Like when I'm off the stream, I'm watching video after video after video after. I mean, it's literally almost like 24/7 football content. Like Scott knows what I'm talking about.
You know what I did for the first time this summer? I didn't follow a single I didn't care about a single thing about the transfer market. You barely saw me in any of the transfer videos. I was only in a few of them. You know what I mean? I was like, you know what? This summer I'm just gonna chill out. You know what I mean? I'm gonna catch up on sleep. I'm gonna relax. I think that's good, man.
But I've been like Amazon, getting the supplement stack all set up. Your casein, your whey, your mass builders, your
got your creatine?
Creatine, my HMB, my testosterone. Got the whole stack.
Oh, man. You got test boosters. Let's go.
I'm old now, man. I'm 42.
Yeah,
right? So I got
Go ahead. Go for it, man. I'm probably going to do it. Dude, when I reach 40, I'm probably going to do it as well.
Just because
I sound like made up words to me.
I kind of what started it is I've never you always look at yourself in the mirror from the front, right? And one day I looked at it from the side and I was like, this was like about a week ago, and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, dude. No, honestly, Will, that's what I just did. I shit you not. I did that this morning. I woke up and I had a messy hair and I saw my gut and I was like, fuck, this is gonna suck.
Yeah, so I was
I
like,
feel you, dog.
no more, because I mean, I had a 6-pack for the longest time, and so it's weird not having that. And after time, getting involved with work, moving a lot, like I've moved 3 times in the last 6 years, right? So all of that stuff, it's just kind of stressed me out. So I was just like, look, man, even just for myself, for my own health, I gotta get this. So because I've gotten back into fitness, I've been, checking all the YouTubers I used to follow, getting caught up with the fitness scene and stuff like that. Dusting off the equipment, going back to the gym that I've been paying a membership for 3 years and never gone. So, that's what I'm doing now. So I'm on a strict diet now.
Good for you.
I do rice and tuna fish. And that's
Steak.
it.
Ooh, that's a tough diet. I've done rice and tuna fish.
Rice,
Man,
tuna, and avocado. That's what
a
I'm eating
tough
right
diet. That's a tough diet.
But the diet part for me has never been hard because I've always been kind of a one.
Well,
one
you
meal
were
a day.
in the military, right?
Yeah,
You know what
yeah.
I mean? So I know a lot of my military buddies. They're not really like picky eaters. Like, you kind of can't be.
Yeah, well, like I don't think about, and it kind of bugs my wife a little bit too. Is I don't think about food as like enjoyment. It's literally just like fuel for me.
Yeah.
It's like putting gas in the car, right?
Yeah.
So I've just gone from putting 83 or 87 to 93, right? Like that's all I'm doing. So, because I never ate, and I haven't drank a drop in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I haven't drank alcohol in a long time, and I'm honestly glad
because for me, that's where all my calories come. Because I've always been a 1 meal a day kind of guy. Like I don't eat breakfast and I rarely eat lunch.
It's what gives you that gut too.
Yeah, and it's been all beer because I drank 4 or 5 beers a night, just watching TV or doing whatever, and that's
a lot of carbs, my man.
It's a lot of carbs, bro. Each beer is like 125, 150 carbs.
I will say though, if you're trying to, bulk, if you want to do bulk, what I used to do is after an hour and a half workout, I would have 1 beer. You can have 1 beer, and it's actually somewhat not terrible for you. And I'll have steak. I'll have a beer and a steak.
Yes.
Steak.
Come on, hello. Steak
Yeah.
approved.
I don't know. Will said fish and rice, and I just couldn't stop thinking about the fish and the rice cake guy. I don't know, for the UK guys who get the memes. I don't know.
Yeah, fish and rice cakes. But I mean, for me, because tuna fish is easy. Number one, it's cheap. So I hate meal prep. I'm a bit lazy, right? And so boom, like you just go to the Korea store, and this is the cool thing about Korean tuna. Is it comes in lots of different flavors. So you can get gochujang tuna, so like pepper, like spicy tuna.
Oh, so they actually like flavor it up as
Yeah, so it's got like
dry and
red,
bland.
it's got like a red pepper paste that's mixed in with the tuna and a little bit of like little small chunks of carrots and potatoes that's mixed up in there. And it comes in a regular tuna can, or you can get like yache tuna, which is just like maybe it's not spicy, but it has different types of vegetables mixed in with the tuna, and it's all in like an olive oil. I don't do water in the tuna.
Let me ask you this: do they do that just for Korean stores, or do they do it for like other Asian markets?
If it's in other Asian markets, if you see the Korean tuna, you just have to go look at the canned tuna. I'm sure they have it in other Asian markets too. They do tend to not have it in Walmarts and stuff like that. And then they get these big giant cans of tuna. So you can they have 1 can of tuna that's like perfect macros. It's in olive oil, so it's got healthy fats because olive oil is a healthy fat for you.
Yeah, it's very good.
And
for
it's
you.
60 grams of protein in 1 can. So it's a 3-serving can, and each serving has 18 grams of protein. So if you 1 meal, 60 grams of protein, boom, you're done. So it's like you get yourself
You're gonna bulk up, buddy. You're gonna get huge.
instant brown rice. And see, I actually am probably gonna have to start eating more, 3 to 4 to 5 meals a day, because I don't lose weight on a 1 meal a day. I lose weight when I eat smaller,
because you're probably
multiple
eating like
meals a day.
what, like 1,500, 2,000 calories or something.
Yeah, once, yeah.
Well, also
it's
like
not a lot.
well, it also depends what you're trying to gain. Are you trying to like be strong or like lean? Because I when I go to the gym, I'm looking to be strong. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't care about strength. I just want looks, man. Aesthetics.
Yeah.
That's all I care.
But you don't need to lift. You can just run, lift, bike. You know, do any of that. Yeah, all of that. That's eat.
But what I used to do, my diet back in the day was rice and tuna or rice and chicken, and then I basically ate 3 times a day and then 2 shakes a day. So 5 meals a day, trying to hit around 3,000 calories. But I worked out every day for 2 hours a day.
I also forget that you are like 6 foot, like
6'5". Yeah, I'm a big guy.
So you have to eat a lot more calories than me.
Yeah, I think my scale tells me that my BMR is like 4,100 calories. I don't think I've ever eaten 4,100 calories a day in my life.
You're
But-
6'5"?
I was like,
I'm 6'5".
I was like 3,000 calories. That's like a bulky meal. But I'm like, wait, no,
No, for me,
he's
it's
like
3.
6'5". Yeah, that's a normal meal. That's a normal day for you.
Yeah.
You're like Harry Kane's height.
A little bit taller. Harry Kane's
taller than
6'3", 6'2", 6'3". Yeah.
I think he's like 6'1". I think you're like
No,
good
he's
for it.
really he's like
Yeah, I
6'2".
think
6'2", 6'3". Son is 6'2", 6'3" too, maybe 6'2",
No,
6'1".
Son
I thought someone was like 5'8".
No, Son is 6 foot. But so Kane, I thought was like 6'5" or 6'4".
He's 6'2". You're right.
Yeah, 6'2". But yeah, so that's what I'm getting ready to do. So if anybody wants to see any of that content, I guess I could try to sneak a camera into Planet
Do a
Fitness
workout
and
video. Yeah, just
do some
ask
workout
them.
videos, diet stuff. I even put in there like in a WhatsApp group if anybody wants to follow along, do it or whatever. Some people, because I'm not. This is the thing. If you're really into fitness, it doesn't matter what your weight is or what your body composition is. In fact, it's good to post it when you're big and kind of like your body's not in good shape, because then when you look at it, I take pictures of myself after every workout, and that way when you go back and look and you can compare when you started and then 4 or 5 months later, you can make a huge transformation if you really stick with it in just 4 to 5 months. It's
better motivation than Arteta.
well, because that's the thing. A lot of times when people are trying to lose weight, especially if they're just trying to lose weight, they pay. And I tried to tell this to females as well. If you're looking, don't worry about what your weight is. Worry about what your body fat percentage is.
Worry about. Yeah, I agree. Because when I was lifting weights and I was bulking up, I was heavier than I am now. I was 210 pounds. I'm 180 something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I was big.
Because it's not about it's about waist circumference and your body fat percentage. The scale for weight is irrelevant, right? You shouldn't even weigh yourself. I have a body fat meter that at home that I use. It's not super accurate, but it's
check
consistent.
your waist. Check your waist.
Yeah, and then measure your waist circumference and take your arms and stuff like that. But yeah, the first week was tough, man. I'm gonna tell you what. I hadn't worked out in a long time, but I feel great now. Like waking up, I'm not tired anymore during the day.
Because the one thing I'll say, consistency is key. And just what I do is, the days when I don't want to go to the gym, I'm just gonna go, and I'm gonna get a little workout. That's it. I'm gonna get a 30, and then it usually turns out I get a 1 hour workout, and it's like the best workout I've ever had.
Yeah, and then I'm committed to this too, because I went out. I'm not even joking. Bought $500 worth of new clothes in a size I can't fit in right now.
It's smart. You know
that
how
pushes you to go. Like, I got to fit into these clothes now, right?
You know the one I do is the one with Sonny, my first Sun jersey. It's a medium, so I put it on. Right now it's tight on me, so when I go back in the gym, I'm gonna kind of sharpen up.
Yeah.
Find that out.
And then my face looks really thin. Let me see if I can find an old picture of me from when I was thin. You guys won't even believe it. I don't know if I showed it on stream before.
I've seen old pictures of you.
I think I've shared it in group chats and stuff like that, but I don't think I've ever showed it on stream. But since we're talking about it, let me go to Instagram here. Instagram.
Do you guys drink like pre-workouts? Do you guys drink those pre-workouts or no?
I don't. Pre-workout's cool especially if you like caffeine. It's a lot lower calories, and like it's better for your health and lower in calories than like Monster, but it's pretty much just the same thing. So I do drink a pre-workout, but the one I'm doing right now is just beet juice. Because it's got nitrous oxide in it. Gives you a good pump.
That's disgusting.
It tastes gross. It tastes like dirt. No, I mean,
No,
but
you're
beet
getting
juice
the
tastes
wrong
like
one.
dirt.
You're getting the wrong
No,
one.
no, no. I said beet juice. Beet
Yeah,
juice.
beet juice tastes like dirt,
Oh,
man.
okay,
It's
yeah,
gross.
no, I
Yeah,
never
beet
drink
juice.
beet juice. No, that's
Yeah,
not
pre-workout is like drinking Gatorade. It's like just
Yeah.
juice. It's like just sugar.
I love it. I love pre-workout, man.
So this is here, stop that screen, share this one. This is what I look like. And so this is at 36 years old. So not that long ago. I'm 42 now. So that's what, 6 years ago? No, 36, 20, 42. Yeah, 6 years ago.
Before you do that, well, I'm going to jump off, but good to have
Steak.
Yeah, thanks for coming
Steak.
on. And we look forward to
Next time, if you're
next
actually
time.
if you're
Yeah,
going
yeah, I remember
to
this
stream
picture.
again.
Yeah.
I will continue to protect your honor, Will, which I spent a lot of time
Thank you. I
doing
appreciate it.
earlier today in Spurs Corner chat.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All the anti-Yank talk.
I was getting into it with some people in that chat, actually.
You know what's crazy? Because someone, I think they said that Luis Diaz got nominated for the Ballon d'Or, and I replied, for what? Like scoring in the Portuguese league? And then one guy replied, "Aren't you from America or something?" I was like, so hold on
What
a
does that
second.
matter?
Are you
Yeah.
are you telling me then that Luis Diaz deserves to be nominated for the Ballon d'Or? Like, is that what you're telling me? Because like, if so, like, I'm sorry,
Because you should win it.
like, how is he
Oh,
nominated?
also
though?
Darwin Nunes got nominated
How?
for Ballon d'Or.
How?
Yeah,
How?
Darwin Nunes and Luis Diaz both got nominated for the Ballon d'Or. I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
Listen, if I'm a Yank, right, quote unquote Yank, for thinking that those two don't deserve to be in the nomination list, then you know what? I don't see a problem with it. Then I don't see a problem being a Yank. Then
Gogama says you're the best. Cube, sticking up
Aw.
for me.
Yeah, Goguma is so sweet.
That's
Okay,
the one
all
too.
right. Well, I will talk to you all later. Have a good night.
Good night.
Stay.
Have a great one.
Take care. Peace.
And I
And
actually
this was my transition too. So I started off, and you can see I'm big fluffy, Mr. Fluffy there. So that's I started in the beginning of July, and then by December, looking pretty lean. And that's one of my goals. I'll be able to get around that size, but I should be bigger than that because all of that muscle is still, well, not all of it, but a good percentage of that muscle. I have a lot more muscle now this is what I was about 20% body fat in these start pictures. And I'm at 22% now. So I've got more fluff than I even did in that right now. But I've got a lot more muscle than I did before. So should be even
Nice.
bigger than I looked than I did. And that was just what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months. So doesn't
you,
take
man.
if you rock hard on it, it doesn't take a lot. It takes a lot less time than you think.
I'm actually
really does.
excited going back to the gym because I think that bulking, because I was like bulking for around like 2 years or something like that. I learned a lot, and I feel like I want to do that all over again, do it better.
I know,
But I gotta go now, Will. I got a couple of friends waiting to play some games with me. So
all right,
yeah,
man.
head out.
Thanks for coming on, buddy. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll come
Steak.
out for Woes.
Sounds good, brother. We'll be here.
100.
And
Yeah.
steak. Have a great day.
All right, man.
Steak.
Steakity steak.
Peace. Yeah, for
Yeah,
me,
guys.
I've always found the dieting has always been the hard part for me. Like for me, going to the gym has always been cool. Like I don't really find that much motivation to want to go to the gym. I'm always motivated, but it's just the dieting, man. Because for me, I can eat a lot. So like just like restricting it just to like 2,500, even that is hard for me, honestly.
The diet is really, if you're working out a lot, you really don't have to. I actually have to eat more than I want to. It's just what I eat, right? It's just eating clean, right? Not eating garbage and not drinking calories. The biggest key is just not drinking calories. Even if you want to go eat McDonald's and eat burgers and French fries, as long as you're your daily expenditure of calories is higher than your intake, you'll lose weight. You'll get leaner. Now, it may not be good for your health to be eating McDonald's, but you could literally lose weight eating and only at Taco Bell every day. You could. It's just you'd have to make sure that you're expending more calories than you're eating and you're taking in. So it's really just about counting calories. And some people say that's dumb and that's boring or whatever. And intermittent fasting and, you know, OMAD, which is 1 meal a day, and you know, all this. It really doesn't matter. You got to find out what works for you, what you can stick with. Because if there's a diet that you can consistently stick with, like say it's Chipotle, and you just go and get 2 burritos a day, and boom, that's your 3,000 calories. You know what I mean? And then add a shake here and there to get the amount of protein that you need. You just got to remember that, you know, protein. I just try to stick around where I'm hitting, you know, 40% fats, 40% carbs, or 30% fat, 30% carbs, and 40% carbohydrates out of my total calories, and you should drop weight. It's just about being conscious about what you're eating, right? And not drinking. So for me, it's alcohol, because like if you think about it, if I was drinking 4 to 5 beers a day, which it's not enough to get me drunk, but you're talking that's almost 1,400 calories just at night before I go to bed on something that gives me nothing. It doesn't help me grow muscle. It doesn't, you know, it doesn't do anything for you. So just cutting that out right there, boom, I've just dropped my calories, almost 1,000 calories a day. You're going to lose body fat, you know, immensely. So if there's one thing in your diet that you can cut like that, drinking a lot of water. But for me, I just hadn't gone to the gym. I hadn't exercised, hadn't walked. So now instead of sitting in my truck for an hour when my kid's practicing, I get out and walk around for an hour. And that's my cardio. So, and then go in the gym and lift weights. But it's fun. But I think we're going to...
The gym, yeah, go on.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, that's, you know, unless you guys got something else, and we can pretty much just call it a night. It's not a whole lot to talk about in tonight's show because we pretty much played like garbage. And we've been going for about 2.5 hours here. It's about close to 11:30 Eastern or 10:45 Eastern.
Big up Eugene, always late.
Always coming, and when we're about ready to end the show. Abdul, when is the next time you're gonna be on the football terrace?
Well, today I couldn't go on because I was at the Scotland Yard pub, and like right after that, I was on my way home. It was good, to be honest. Like I came like I probably missed like the first like 5 minutes because like I was taking the transportation. You know, the bus kind of broke down. You know, the janky bus. But yeah, but like for sure I'll be on after the Wolves game because I'm thinking about watching the Wolves game at home possibly. So for sure I'm gonna be on that. I'm gonna try and be more consistent on the football terrace even after losses. I'm gonna try to hop on.
Yeah.
So yeah. Just try and get
Always
my name out there,
fun.
I guess. You know, have you ever realized that nowadays I feel like Terry is really pandering to the Arsenal fans?
He is, man. He's always talking to the Arsenal guys.
I'm telling you, he tries to make it seem like he's like non-biased, but like I know deep down, like he actually wants Arsenal to finish above Tottenham. Just to
a lot of the guys in the chat, I think, are Arsenal fans usually on the show. There's like a handful of us Tottenham fans regularly on the show in the chat. There's not a lot, right? And like a lot of the guys that are on the show, Egal, Jess, what's the other guy too? You know, a lot of them are Arsenal fans.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. I mean, he's a United fan himself, but he has a lot of Arsenal fans. I think he's trying to tap into the AFTV audience.
That's what I'm sensing. Yeah, that's what I'm sensing. Like, he seems to like really, like even like today, like he was so quick to kind of like bash our performance and just say like, you see, Tottenham is not as good as you guys think they are, and Tottenham are not going to be competing for the title like what you say you are. I'm like, nobody really said we're going to compete for the title. Like, just because you see two people on your show that says that doesn't really represent, you know, the Spurs' fan base. And I just can't wait for one Spurs to actually beat Arsenal, Because today, like even though we got the
I love to beat them at the Emirates.
I want to beat them at the Emirates too. Like I'm actually so
Absolutely.
excited for the performance. Like to be honest, like I'll be pissed off with the draw, even though we never win at the Emirates. We rarely do.
It's the first. It's the first. It's the first time. Okay. It's the first time since like BT broadcasted the Arsenal Tottenham match away, and we won the last time they broadcasted it at the Emirates. So
was that the League Cup when Dele Alli scored?
No, it's the actual league. The last time they broadcasted it.
When was the last time we did it?
Is that 2013?
Oh,
So
wow.
something around
Yeah,
then.
I feel like we need to start like, like breaking those terrible spells, those terrible trends that we have. Like even though we got a draw,
We broke one today, so
I mean,
kind of.
Kind of, because we did get draws there before. Like we did. I think we probably have like I don't know, like 8 draws or something. But like
I don't think it's that many, to be honest with you. I looked it up the other day. Let's see. Chelsea.
I feel like we got draws there before.
First Tottenham.
But like this is our time to now break these bad spells. Like Arsenal at the Emirates, we have to win there. It's been way too long, and this is the perfect time to really, because Arsenal fans right now is getting way too confident. Like Arsenal,
way better than them.
Bro, they never finished ahead of Spurs in like the last like 7 years, and it's like all of a sudden like they're just
15-16, I think.
Yeah, man. Come on now. And even that year, we lost the final game of the season, right? Was that against Leicester when Leicester won the Prem?
Newcastle, I think, like 5-1.
Yeah, like 4-0. And I think Arsenal, they just moved ahead of us in the final game of the season.
Looking up here, so like this gives you every single result.
Yeah, I used that app as well.
The last draw we had was November 2020. So, and then we hadn't drawn again since
I swear we draw against
2016.
them. I swear we draw against them with like Mourinho. Like in the league. Oh, the 0-0. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah. I
about
remember, like,
That's the League Cup.
Had one big
No, there's another one underneath that.
Oh, this one here. Yeah, that's the only. That was the first draw. Today was since today the 2-2. We've only drawn once with them in the league since 2016. They've won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 fixtures since our last. Besides that 2020.
Yeah, it's horrendous.
We've lost. They haven't lost at the Bridge since 2018.
Yeah, Dele Alli.
You know, the 3-1.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, but like, listen, we're on to the next game. As long as we beat Wolves, this result will be, forgotten. And it's a long season.
You know what? I think Arsenal. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, go on.
I was just saying, I think Arsenal fans are getting excited to the fact that it was a draw. But honestly, they should be worrying because this could really kickstart Chelsea's season, because Chelsea was horrible for the Everton game. And I honestly thought that they were not going to even finish top 4 after that horrible performance against Everton. So I think this could kickstart Chelsea's season. And I think Arsenal fans should be worried because that's who I thought, or who we think, I think as Spurs fans, that is their competition for top 4. Because we're definitely going to finish above them. I don't even think of that. But.
So we've only lost once, or we've only won once at the Bridge since 1990.
Yeah, I know, it's been ridiculous.
And then before 1990, we used to win there all the time.
That was Gascoigne, I think.
Yeah, it was.
0-2.
Do you guys see Conte making any changes in the final weeks of the transfer window? You see them making any additions, or even, I guess, sells or loans out?
I could comment on that, I guess. I think, I don't know, but from what I've read, I think right now all of the journalists are saying we're focusing on outgoings. So we're trying to get rid of Lo Celso, which we've already gotten rid of, and Ndombele, who could be going to Napoli. It's like really close.
I think it's been confirmed. What has it not been confirmed by
Lo Celso has been
not officially, no. Not
Lo Celso.
and Dombele hasn't been. And I think also Reguilon, I think we're trying to secure a move and exit
Winks
for him.
is still sitting back there too.
Yeah, so we focus on those guys, and then and then I think once
I haven't heard any links at all in a while with Reguilon. Nothing.
Yeah, Reguilon has been awfully quiet, to be quite honest with you. But I feel like he's a good player, so I feel like the news can easily pick up in a day or two.
Yeah, especially to Spain. I think Spanish clubs are going to be important.
Yeah, Barcelona is the one I'm afraid of. But they're bankrupt.
I think
Harry Winks is the one I'm afraid of.
I think once we focus on those outgoings, though, I think you could see a potential like transfer, because we're going to get Udoji tonight, right? Because he's staying at the lodge, or at least I guess it's already a morning in the UK, so they'll probably announce it in like a couple hours, I think.
It's like 4 in the morning.
Oh, is
they're
it 4 in
loaning
the
him
morning?
straight back, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know, but they'll still announce it like either today or tomorrow.
Probably tomorrow.
Yeah, probably tomorrow. So there's the 7th signing, and then I think
I don't really count.
I honestly think we could expect an 8th signing. Honestly, like maybe like some kind of creative midfielder, like a Paqueta or something like that. I don't know.
I think that Udogi signing needs to be counted like with the U23 signings, where we don't count them, because we signed like 1 or 2 other young U23 guys too. That
like a goalkeeper from like the Irish league.
Yeah, so I mean, we've actually made quite a few signings this window. Like for me, unless they're coming in to play in our first team, I don't count it as a signing.
Fair enough. I think he will play in our first team though next year. So I think that's
so Sar, for example, if he has he gone out on loan officially?
No,
I think he's still here.
I don't know. I'm just guessing. Like if we get our outgoings out, I think we could bring an 8th player in. I was responding to Goguma and
I don't think we'll sign anybody else who will actually come into our first team.
Yeah, it's likely that we don't. Honestly,
there could be so Daniel Levy does like a deadline day signing.
Yeah, that's why. That's the only reason why I think we could sign him.
Ndika probably. Like
maybe
I wouldn't mind Ndika for
Zabarni or whatever.
I think Spurs would preferably get like an older player, because if you get someone like Ndika and then you go, you're gonna try and get a Bastoni, like you're gonna have 2 young left center backs, and I feel like
that's next season. I think we're gonna get him
next season.
But I feel like it's kind of like a waste if you get Ndika now and then you get Bastoni later. It's like
no, you have him as like a middle, as Dyer if he plays bad.
Who, Ndika?
Yeah,
but Ndika is more of a left side center back though. He has never played in a really center in the back too.
Yeah, but he looks like muscly, and like,
I just feel like Spurs should probably just get like a veteran defender, man. Like
But DeVry, why isn't DeVry?
Exactly.
Like DeVry still 15 million.
Like who can just someone like a veteran defender who's just good.
Call up Varane. Maybe he'll come play.
He'd probably like to get out of my house.
Playing at Manchester United. He probably think
that shambles of a club.
Milinkovic, or not Milinkovic, Mitrovic. Not Mitrovic. What's that guy's name?
Milinkovic.
Is it Milinkovic?
Milinkovic.
Yeah, Florentina.
I wouldn't mind him as well. Deadline day. Who knows? I'd really SMS dude on deadline day for me would be big.
Yeah, wow.
I know
I feel
you
like
mentioned
Man United would swoop him up on like a panic button.
No, why would you go there? Like, I don't see a reason why.
I wouldn't go there.
Who do you guys
the
think?
wages would be ridiculous that he'll offer him.
Yeah, but still, even on those wages, after the 2 results they got already, and they ain't signed nobody else. Ain't nobody else going and dumb enough to go there unless they can't play nowhere else, like Rabiot.
He's playing in Napoli. He's playing in Lazio. He's probably getting like $60K a week. Go to Man United and they'll pay like $280. What?
We'd pay him 150, 160. So
yeah, apparently their owner's worse than Levy. So
Man United has like the highest wage bill, like top 3 highest wage bill in the world. So.
But isn't not? I think Milinkovic-Savic only has like 1 or 2 years left on his contract.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, but he's the owner is like a hassle. Like you have to, like he's not going to let anything go. Just like Levy did last season with Kane, he's not going to let him go.
I think the reported price was like 50-60 million euro or something.
That's still a lot.
It was
not for Milinkovic-Savic. It ain't a lot. I think the key.
Yeah,
I think the hard part was they wanted a single payment, and that's what people don't like, is having to pay the whole 43 million up front. But if we've got that 150 million supposedly sitting in the bank, and we've only spent,
I think we've spent it already.
We haven't.
We're buying Romero for 43.
Yeah,
we're
I heard
making it
Romero's about
permanent.
to get triggered.
So that's like
He's,
basically another 43 million that's going.
Even
there.
then, we're still only sitting at
Richarlison.
Yeah, but we've already sold players. We've already sold enough that our net spend right now is 56. So if you even if we have to pay the Romero chunk in one go, which we don't, right? We've actually been paying on it over the past couple of years, and we're going to trigger it because the loan fees were supposed to be deducted from, because it was an obligation to buy, not an option. The loan fees were deducted from the transfer price. So according to Alistair Gold, I think we only owe like 25 or 30 million left on the Romero deal, but that's going to be amortized across his entire contract with Atalanta, which they got a swipe steal, man, because they had to buy him from Juventus. The only reason why we loaned him in the first place is because they had to buy him from Juventus to be able to sell him to us.
Exactly.
And you can't sell us. You can't sell the same player twice in 1 year. So that first year had to be a loan.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, you can't sell. Yeah, because I think he was a loan player, right? I think he was on loan.
No, like I didn't know that. Like, they bought him just to sell him to us.
Yep.
I didn't know that. Wow.
So he was a loan with an option to buy, I think.
How much did they
from
buy
Juventus? Like 12 million or something like that. Something dumb like that.
Very good business.
They stole it from Juve.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it's a good thing for us because Juve probably wouldn't have let him go because they need defenders. But but as far as the Savage deal goes, so even at that, so let's say we owe 45 or the full price on Romero, and we have to pay that all in one go. We've spent 56, and that's amortized. So how much that's had to go out the window, we don't know. But let's say all of that had to go out at one time. We still have that's only 90 million something, right? So we still got 50 million pounds.
Another 20 million for Udochi.
Including Jet Spence, 56 million is all we spent.
20 million for Udochi. You have to include in that, I think.
Oh yeah, I haven't included the Udochi.
So 40 million then.
Yeah. So,
do you guys think that Bissouma's earned a spot in the starting 11?
100%.
Yeah, I want him to take Højbjerg's spot.
I do as well, but I don't know if he'll play him. Like,
I just think us fans need to be a little bit more patient with Bissouma. I understand we want him to start right away, but he's gonna start and he's gonna get his opportunity. Whether he takes it or not, it's up to him. So I think we just need to give it a little bit of time. You know, just like for right now, we have Wolves. We can still get the win with Højbjerg. After that, we have like Nottingham Forest. We have West Ham. Those games we can still possibly get the win with Højbjerg in the team. So I think we just need to give a little bit more time, you know. So
I mean, for me, we've only signed 1, 2, 3, 4 players, maybe, if I'm being generous, because Jet Spence isn't even making the bench.
Yeah,
I'm a little bit worried on that. Yeah,
and I said he
was there, wasn't he? I swear I saw him at the game.
He might. I'm sure he goes to the game, but the bench today was.
Because I swear I saw him on the field, like at the end of the game, or it could have been somebody else that looks like him.
Let me see. I'm trying to see who the bench players.
Yeah, he was probably like a reserves, but he wasn't on the subs
reserves.
bench.
Yeah, for sure, he was on the reserves. Then
the bench was Lucas Moore, Brian Hill, Richarlison, Matt Doherty, Ivan Perisic, Bissouma, Tanganga, Sanchez, and Forrester. That was our bench.
Tanganga.
Yeah,
I totally forgot about Brian Hill too. Wow,
wasn't he supposed to leave to AC Milan? What happened with that?
Maybe on deadline day. They've kind of stalled in negotiations or something. It was about something about the way the deal was structured, meaning how much money they're going to pay.
I think they're choosing to run away from Tanganga, and I heard that it's not.
No, I think they're just trying to lowball us, and then towards the end of the window, we'll eventually accept it. I think that's what's going to happen.
Levy won't allow it though.
Yeah, do you think how desperate do you really think they are for Tanganga?
Somebody else has joined the show.
No idea.
Past his bedtime on school night. What the hell, Dan?
There's no school tomorrow. We're still in summer, Will. I don't know what world you're living in.
What are you talking about? My kids have been in school for weeks, bro.
It's because you're in the U.S.
What are y'all doing down in Florida, bro?
Well, it's different because I'm now, for the first time in my life, going to private school, so the schedule's really messed up.
Gotcha.
Completely screwed up.
Some states are like that. They're like in North Carolina because a lot of their main industry is tourism there on the coast. So they don't start school until after Labor Day in North Carolina.
Interesting. Canada doesn't start school until September 7th, I think. So
yeah, it's after
all
Labor
schools
Day.
are closed. Yeah, Labor Day.
Well, I mean, you guys don't have Labor Day. I guess it's not the same because you're in Canada, not in the U.S.
I think it's called Family Day. It could be called Family Day here, or something like that.
Yeah, but we have so for us the first Monday in September, I think is always Labor Day.
Oh, it's Labor Day as
We
well.
need a steak day.
I miss this. I miss these streams of steak just repeating steak 50 times every 4 minutes.
Only on WillStewartTHFC
And other channels as well.
And then Gogama says here too. 오늘 밝은 날 광복절. But that's not today. We're like this is like in September. It's a couple months. Today's not a holiday in the U.S. But so you don't go back to school until the fall, I guess September, huh?
Well, actually, like in 2 weeks. No, like this week. When this week finishes, then next week I start the.
So the week before Labor Day, a lot of schools do that too. For whatever weird reason, like they'll start like the Thursday before Labor Day, go to school for 2 days, and take 3 days off. I don't know why they do that though. They do that all the time.
And then the teacher planning days. That's the
teacher planning days, and now they have these. This is what's so funny about this. Okay, so back in the old days, they used to have teacher workshop days, snow days, and all this stuff. You know what they do now here? They just do distance learning days because of the COVID, right? Everybody was on distance learning, right? So now they'll just have distance learning days and they'll throw homework up on the website. The teachers still get to go do whatever they're going to do. The kids do that. And there's no days off.
That's literally the whole lockdown.
That's
literally the whole lockdown.
Yeah.
I thank God I graduated before that.
But I mean, that's what they're doing here, man. So like, it's weird, but yeah, that's
the way my school does it. This really pisses me off. They schedule our reading weeks, which is basically like a week off where you can catch up on work. They schedule it when there's like a break. So for example, you get like Thanksgiving Day that weekend. So you get the Monday off, right?
Yeah.
They schedule that the rest of that week as a reading week. So basically we get
an
4
extra
days
week.
only of a reading week. Whereas
a
like
lot of days off in college, man. I remember in college they give you a lot of days off. Like winter
I mean,
break
you don't
is
have
like
to go
2
to
months.
classes. You don't have to go to classes. There's your day off. But yeah.
Like,
in
at my
college
son's
and
school-
university, like you finish like classes at like April. So like you
Yeah.
have like a whole of like May, June, July, August, and then you come back.
Yeah, you have 4 months. Yeah, it's really nice.
See, they kind of do that here in Georgia too. So like what they do is like when in North Carolina, my kids only got like a week for Christmas, like just the week before. So like say Christmas, the week of Christmas, so the 20s. But here they go the week before that. So they actually get almost 3 weeks. So it's like the 19th of December all the way to like the 5th of June of January. So almost 3 full weeks of off time in the winter. And then they finish school in like mid-May. It's nuts.
Yeah.
So
I think it's more
they get 2
flexible
weeks off
too
for Easter, I think too. Spring
With
break.
just with college. Somebody was saying that they had
Definitely.
every
Yeah,
day.
you could just schedule your classes to where you only like have classes like 3 days a week. Right?
Yeah, so
I had
in
every
my
day
first-
off in class.
In my
college,
first
too.
2 years, I did classes on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, Friday was off. So I had a 4-day weekend, 3 days of school.
Yeah, dude, I skipped my college algebra final to play Pokemon on my Game Boy. No joke.
I rate it.
Sat outside the classroom door. You know, like so the classroom door in my college they had benches outside the door, right? So you could wait for because a lot of times the doors will be locked into the classroom. And was sitting literally the doors on my right hand side. People are coming in to take the final. I was on this like final stage. I was fighting this boss. I was like, I can't like, beat the boss or actually pass my college algebra final. Got to beat the Pokemon boss.
Yeah,
Skip the
of course,
final.
dude.
Go on, well.
Professor
great
walks
decision.
out of the class after the test. Says, Mr. Stewart, you been here the whole time? He's like, yes, sir. I'm sorry. He's like, you failed my class, right? I was like, yeah. He's like, okay.
It's like you're like, prof, listen, Elite Four, man, they're giving me some hard time here.
Just reading stats on Pokemon.
Nah, I was like, I'll just take it again next semester. No big deal, right? 200. It was like $200 or $300 a credit hour, right? So three hours. You know, $900. Just take it again next semester.
That was respectful.
I've got a
Mr.
question.
Stewart. Profs never do that with us. They're pretty much a-holes to all the students.
No, they have to. We're paying customers in college here in the United States.
That's not how it works in Canada. The state pays them.
Don't take that advice into consideration.
When is the
Don't be like
Champions
me.
League draw?
No, I missed the SAT to watch the North London Derby.
Miss
But, like-
SAT. Well, I mean, you're only in like what, 8th grade, bro?
I'm
So-
going into 9th, but like
Doesn't matter.
I kind of tricked my parents to take me out of school at the time because I didn't tell them there was an SAT. So like the period before they took me out, and I
Yeah, but
went
the
to
SAT is just a practice, right? It doesn't count till you're a junior, so you got plenty of time. Trust me, they'll make you take that dumb test.
I mean, if
every
you do it
single
wrong,
year.
if you do it bad, like really bad, they make you redo the whole grade.
They can, I guess. But yeah, you don't do that. In fact, that was one of the reasons I spent more time. I withdrew from a lot of classes. And I had a scholarship too. I had a 2-year scholarship, and I dropped so many classes and failed so many classes that they're like, you know, you're gonna lose your financial aid. And I was like, I won't, because I'll just join the military. That's what I did.
Yeah.
Don't go that route. Big regrets. man.
Thursday,
like a minimum.
August 25 stake is the Champions League draw.
Hmm.
August the 25th.
I was just
There
saying
you
you have to take like a minimum amount of courses for your
Yeah,
like
12
financial
hours.
aid thing. Well, that's how it works for me in Canada.
Yeah,
Like,
12 hours is the minimum you have to take here, or I had to take
I don't.
per semester.
Yeah, for us it's 2
12
credits.
hours.
You need
Is
2
that-
credits
is that
per
four-
semester.
Is that
and
4
it's-
classes? 12 hours.
Well, yeah, so it depends on the class. So some
Yeah,
classes
some
are
classes-
1 hour, some classes are 3
Oh
hours.
yeah.
Some classes are 5 hours. So if they got a lab, say it's a lab like chemistry or something, and you have the class and a lecture and a lab, that's 5 hours. Usually it's and then the classes, so like a Tuesday, Thursday class is an hour and a half. It's literally how many hours a week you go to that class, right? And then
Yeah.
Monday, Wednesday, Friday classes are an hour long.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
yeah.
It's a bit different now. Most classes are like 3 hours. It'll have like a 2-hour lecture and like a 1-hour seminar.
Seminar,
So
yeah.
my
exactly.
son's in high school now.
Same.
He's a freshman in high school, same grade as Dan there, and class of 26. Yeah, their high school they do these block scheduling. He only has 4 classes a day.
Oh, my high school's a mess with the schedule. It's like
4 classes a day though. Like who? If I was in high school and I only had to go to 4 classes a day.
But it's like 2 hours. It's like 2 hours per
in-
class, right?
Yeah, it's like an hour and a half, hour 45 minutes per class. Yeah.
In Canada, we had 4 classes a day, and we did it like semester. So you would do 4 classes each semester.
Yeah, that's
Every
the way
day
they
you
do
would
it.
have classes, and so that's probably how they do it now. But like they make the classes longer. So
Oh, Sandra,
Yes.
are you in Canada? Are you live in Canada?
yeah, I live in Toronto.
sorry
you
for
in
making
Toronto.
this
You
whole
should've-
stream about
Did you go
school
to
schedule.
Scotland Yard Pub? Or
Yeah, I was
did you
there
go
today. I was screaming my lungs
So was
out.
Abdul. Y'all
Oh, I
don't
was
need
there
to
too.
hook up.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I was there too. Yeah, I didn't
Yeah,
see you.
I
Were
just
you sitting
became a
like
member.
beside Brian Daigle or no?
No, I was sitting on the left side of the thing because I didn't have a reservation. So we just got in because I wasn't a member until today. Like I just became a member.
I mean, you don't really
So-
need like reservation. You can just
Screw that. You
pick
just
whatever.
shout out, "Yo, Abdul,
just-
Brian," and
All
then
right,
you
man,
get
next
you
time.
get VIP
I-
access, man.
I'm gonna be there.
I've
for
got
the
steak.
game next week,
Have
but,
you
yeah.
seen or met Brian Daigle yet?
Yeah, he's the guy on We Are Tottenham TV, right? Yeah, I've seen him.
Yeah, the
sometimes,
one
yeah. Tottenham
who's
on tour.
insane and talks about Levy, even though he looks like Levy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Looks like
saw him. He
Cucurella.
was the only one that was cheering.
A bald
"Hate Chelsea,
Cucurella.
I hate Chelsea. Like, look,
Yeah,
he was
him.
walking
Yeah.
out of the thing, just cheering.
Just
"I hate
name drop,
Chelsea."
just name drop Brian Daigle, dude. Be like, yeah, Brian
Exactly.
Daigle
Yeah,
on
just
YouTube.
just
boom.
like
Come
you
on
just
in.
meet him and then he'll save you a spot every time. Like every time before a game, he's like, yeah, he just WhatsApp me. He's like, yeah, I got you a spot right here if you're coming.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He's
I
gonna,
mean,
he's
are you gonna go? Are you
WhatsApp
gonna go
me.
to the
Why are you
Wolves game?
telling
Or are you
people
gonna,
to
Yeah,
name
yeah, I'll be
drop?
at the Wolves game. Yeah, 100%.
are you going to the Wolves game too? Yeah. Okay. Cool.
I'm
yeah,
going
for
as
sure,
well.
Brian.
I'm going to Wolves.
Here's here's kind of a boring question. What do you think?
Wait,
you
Snake,
what do you
are
think
you
of
in
the
Toronto
match?
or you're in the UK?
I'm in the UK. I'm going to Tottenham versus Wolves.
The actual game. Okay, cool. That's amazing.
He's going to the real thing.
Actual games
Yeah,
don't count.
yeah.
I have a damn tournament.
Not your
I have a
stats
damn
thing. Not your stats.
Your season start yet, Dan?
It starts next week, and
Everything starts late in Florida. You
know,
guys
I
are
have
late
the
for
worst luck.
everything, man.
You know, I have the worst luck because every single time Tottenham have a game and I have a TAM tournament, the exact time
Paul had
is
a
when our
tournament
game
today.
starts.
Well,
Tottenham
you can
is-
pretend to be one of the Tottenham players.
Paul's team made it to the final this week in the tournament, which always sucks because it means that's why I was late to Henry's show. Because they have that, you don't know if you're going to play in that game or not, so you just the game that fourth game on the weekend just always pops up.
Did he win?
No, they lost. They ended up losing the final, but
There's no point then.
Yeah. Well, I mean, playing the game is fun.
Yeah.
But he scored 1 goal. Created 2 PKs, and they ended up losing the final 1-0 because the referees were just absolute garbage. Garbage. I was hoarse.
Speaking of the referees,
yeah, worse than this game. I'm gonna tell you what, man. Our goalkeeper had the ball in his hands for like a full second and a half. Their striker comes rolling in and just cleats him straight in the chest. Right, just cleats him straight in the chest. The guy's standing up. Referee doesn't blow his whistle. The keeper goes down. The bench is empty. Both coaches are out on the field. Then the referee blows his whistle. Doesn't give him a card at all, right? Then our guy runs past another player and tells him to shut the F up because he was chatting at him and gives him a yellow card. They lost. It was bad today, man. One of the kids elbowed a kid straight in the face, knocked him end over end. Didn't give him a card for that either.
Even with VAR, the refs are still shit. Right.
No, like I don't mind like letting the kids play, but when it starts,
I'll put them in the Prem.
Look,
okay.
These are U16 players. So Dan's still a U15 because he's an 08, even though my son plays in an 07 level. So I mean, even still a U15, but U16, these are kids are like almost men now, right? Like my son's 5'9", 135 pounds, right? So they can hurt each other at this age, right? It's not U12, U13 anymore, right? Kids are getting sassier and starting to try to get in fist fights and stuff like that. Things that didn't happen. This isn't little kid sports no more, right? U16 is where you got to start controlling games. No, because the way these kids are now, they're going through puberty. They got testosterone pumping through their veins, right? One kid takes a shot at one of their teammates. Now you got 3 or 4 other kids that are taking random shots. Dirty thing. If you're not a ref and you don't get control, man, because the number one, Dan knows, he's a certified ref. The number one thing they teach you, especially when you get into the higher grades, is your job is to make sure the match is competed safely. Safety is the number one priority, right? The safety of the players. That's the number one priority of a ref. So if you're not, it's okay to let the kids play, right? As long as they're not endangering each other, right? You gotta start showing cards. And they don't show a lot of cards in the United States, especially for kids under the ages of 16, 17, 18.
When I was 16, I was in the TSA, there's a soccer league in Toronto, and that's when I really felt like tackles started ramping up. So you got to really be careful once you hit 16, and they do it on purpose. They leave in, like, they stay in with their challenges. So like go right through you, and it's like it becomes like Sunday league. Honestly,
I was always a shitty ass player when it comes to football. So I'm gonna keep it real. I just like to just tackle, because when I was younger, I played American football when I was younger, but I also played actually soccer because I like the sport. So I just like to just leave tackles.
Mm-hmm.
I was like some shitty ass player.
How many times you seen cards in your games? Damn, probably not very often.
Me? There's usually maximum 1 yellow card a game.
Yeah, if that.
Maybe a red.
Sometimes you'll see a red, 2 yellows maybe, or some kid. Usually like the kid. It's so dumb. Here in the United States, you can literally cleat a goalkeeper who's holding onto the ball in the chest and get no card at all. And then you can just get mad and slam the football, and the referee will come give you a straight red for just slamming the ball. It's so dumb.
And a parent doing parents obviously they do some stupid shit especially over here in Miami because they're like passionate for their son and everything, and they'll get a red card and they'll get sent to their car.
No.
What?
Yeah. They get parents.
Yeah, they can't watch the game. That literally happens all the time. That actually happens more than players getting yellow cards.
Yeah.
Just put a GoPro on or something. Just like.
No, but we do. It gets all the time. Go to the tape, but they won't ever go to the tape. And in fact, this is what's weird about it: is most state soccer associations have a regulation that states if a referee is endangering the safety of children, then you can place a complaint with the registrar and of that referee. But they won't ever tell you the ref's name, because I went today because I was pissed. I actually am a certified referee too. I haven't done it in like 2 or 3 years, but I have the patch, right? And I had done it for 4 or 5 years. They call them grades here. Levels are grades. Levels when I was doing it, but they call them grades now, right? And the grade 7, were you like grade 7, grade 8?
Steak.
You know?
No, sure. I don't think they have that anymore.
Are you a junior ref or something?
It's just grassroots.
Okay, so grassroots. Yeah, once you actually get the USSF, do you have the USSF patch yet?
Yeah, it's the patch that you put on your jersey, right?
Yeah. But it has a year. It has the year on it that you.
Yeah, I have that.
So as you grow, getting higher and higher, and now go up through the rankings, there's actual grades and levels that allow you to referee certain types of matches. For example, rec league matches, you can just be a grassroots referee. But if you want to do travel teams and or like professional or semi-professional type stuff, you have to be a grade 4 or higher. Right, and then you have pro FIFA grade, or what it goes out of USSF into FIFA.
How do they like grade it? Like,
so it's basically time and things. So after you spend a year, and it's the number of matches that you ref counts as time in that grade, and then you have to take a test and go to extra training, and you can go higher and higher and higher. So these tournaments are easy ways for referees to get time, because there's like 500 games in 2 days, right? So you can literally ref for like 8 hours, 2 days in a row. And the referees here aren't voluntary. This is the funny part about it. A lot of the coaches are volunteers, but the referees get paid. Now, they don't get paid a lot. It's like $40-$50 for the center referee, depending on the tournament, the trophy, or the league. And then your assistant referees don't get paid even less, but a match. And so it's like, if the guy's not doing a good job, he's literally stealing money.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Like if you give like 3 red cards for like no reason, and they're still getting the hours.
Yeah, they're still getting this, because there's this culture in this ad that you never question the referee, which I don't mind. Look, I don't mind. Even referees, if they call a lot of stuff, as long as they're calling the right calls, I don't care. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
But it's when stuff. The only thing that makes me mad is when they just let the kids start hurting each other. When kids start elbowing and punching, and the ref has lost control of the game, and he's afraid to pull out of his whistle, right? Because once the parents start chirping in and hopping, now the referee is reluctant to pull out his whistle at all, because he doesn't want to like give in to the parents on the sidelines, right? So they don't do anything. But like, so I was heated today. So I'm like calling him out. Law 12A, blah, blah, blah. This is what it is. It's like, you need to go home and read Law 12 again, bud. You need to go home and read Law 12.
It's a disgrace.
And it's a disgrace. I was like, what? No joke. I was so mad after they kicked the keeper, because he gave the referee a red card, or our coach a red card, because he came on the pitch. Well, that's deserved. You're not supposed to come on the pitch. I understand that. But it was because the keeper, like I said, got cleated in the chest after he had already had the ball under control for a while. Like 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. Just like he was already holding and starting kind of taking a step forward, and the striker comes in and just blam, smacks him straight in the chest with his studs.
What the heck kind of league are you playing?
Yeah, and the ref did nothing. He just kind of, and when he shook it off, the coach went nuts because it was the second time. They had done it earlier where the keeper had dove for a ball, and then the striker continued to kick and ended up kicking the keeper. That one was a little bit understandable. It was almost kind of like at the same time. Still a foul, but it wasn't intentional. This one was straight up late, like boom, somebody's getting bloody, right? Type of a challenge. And just before that, and people are just falling out.
Yeah.
But just before that, a kid got elbowed in the face and was bled out. His face completely covered in blood, like knocked his tooth out or something like that. And then
are these 16-year-olds? Sorry,
yeah.
you said they were. Wow.
Yeah.
You've got Christian Romero playing on the other team.
Huh?
You've got Christian Romero playing on the other team.
Yeah, man, we do.
And then Diego Costa.
One guy looked almost exactly like Richarlison, and this was the guy that cleated the referee.
You got Sergio Ramos and Pepe.
He cleated the referee.
Or not cleated the referee, cleated the goalkeeper, rather.
Gotta say,
I should have cleated the referee.
I will say, though, Will, if that happened, so there was a period in time when 16 to 17 that this started happening, and then once I hit 18 in my league, it was a problem because when those challenges started happening, you would get brawls. People would start not brawls, but people wouldn't punch because they would know that you'd get suspended, but it would be pushing and really bad words being said about people's
that's what it was,
and
man.
That's what it was.
Yeah, but you just use the whistle then.
That's what I'm saying. He's got to get that whistle. But how a referee, and Dan, you can use this as advice. How a referee keeps control of a match is by using his whistle, right? If you're reluctant to use the whistle, then stuff gets out of control. Mm-hmm. If you can let the little stuff go, but if you don't call the big stuff, then it keeps happening because now they're like, he ain't gonna call it. So let's do it more. Right.
Yeah, you can keep advantage.
Yeah, and then the other side starts getting pissed off, and they start doing it because they're pissed, right? And so now you've lost control, and so then you're just either giving everybody yellow cards and sending the whole game home, or you just have to keep holding it. And I would almost rather that they called it out because I got so mad. I'm not joking. This is exactly what I said. I said, where are they giving out badges now? The Krispy Kreme, right? Because the referee is this old fat guy, right? And I don't like fat shaming people, but he was old. It was just so bad. So I'm not joking. I said, where are they giving out badges these days? The Krispy Kremes, right? You might as well trade the USSF patch for a donut.
That's the type of rage that you don't remember what you said. You just see red. And you regret after it comes out of your mouth. You regret.
I didn't regret it at all.
Oh,
as soon as the match went, I went to the tournament director and I said I want to complain for him.
Wow.
I can imagine.
Because I know the rules. Because I'm a ref. I'm not a ref now, but I used to be ref. So I know the rules. I know that you can file complaints with the state. I know what the laws of the game are. Right. I know them. I have them memorized by heart. Right. 12A. Right. Kicking or attempting to kick. Right. Jumping.
This is common sense.
Right. Yeah, but. And it's, you know what I mean? And so there was one where after the play, the ball had gone out of play and this kid just shoves one of our players from behind, literally just right on the ground, and he slid, and the referee was like, the ball was out of play, the ball was out of play. I was like, it doesn't fucking matter, you retard.
What if he punches him in the face when the ball is out of play? What is he going to say then?
It's endangering a player. It's an intentional pushing. First of all, pushing.
Was it raining?
Pushing is law 12, I think D.
Oh,
or F.
That referee got it from Anthony Taylor today. The ball was at a play with Romero, so when he pulled it, ball's at a play.
Madness, dude.
I could just imagine Will Stewart screaming at his referee.
Imagine Ty is watching this. I don't.
So, I had a referee scream at me one time because a lot of the times I'll say stuff to myself, right?
Consciously, thinking.
What the funniest time was, sometimes I'll say things loud, oh come on, like that, but I'm not I'm not necessarily, I'm just saying, like I watch a game at the house. I do that to the TV, right? Come on, ref, right? Like stuff like that. But that's, I mean, come on, ref. I mean, that's not horrible. But one time, I'm sitting down at the halfway line, right? And people, the other parents on the sidelines know that I've ref before. So whenever they have a question, they always ask me, right? Was that a foul?
I did not see it.
Thanks, Hurricane, for the 99-cent super chat. Appreciate it. Also, too, everybody else can super chat if they want to. But he goes, Will, was that a foul? I was like, no, it wasn't a foul. It was shoulder to shoulder. And the center ref, heard me. Like, I didn't even yell it. Like, I'm literally just talking to the guy next to me. It was too a foul. You don't know what you're talking about. And I said, show me where shoulder to shoulder is in Law 12, sir. Don't tell me about the laws.
Well, we had this referee
You're a
one
ref.
time. We had this referee one time. He had this referee one time where he was literally every single call he would like scream out a paragraph on his reasoning for the call. Like he'd call like a random call, like some rules I never heard of. I didn't even think they existed. He's like, Rule 394 in Book 2 of the refereeing guidelines. He pushed him in a 90-degree angle. That was before I became a referee. I was mad confused. Like that game, my head was.
But the thing that really bothers me the most about referees is when they start making shit up on their own.
Oh yeah.
Right. Like so there was this one today where
depends where your position really.
No, like okay, look. So it was off the ball. It was an off the ball foul, right? Yeah. One of our players ran in and tripped a guy who was running to try to make a play for a ball, right?
Yeah, so it's a yellow.
No, I mean it was just an incidental contact, right?
Yeah.
But it's a free kick. It's a direct free kick, right? If it's a foul, if he calls it as a foul, it's a direct free kick. He's like, "Oh, it's indirect. It's indirect." I was like, "No, it's not indirect. If it's a foul, it's a direct free kick." Like it was like for the other team, and I'm getting mad. Right? It's like you can't just make stuff up, sir. Right? You can't just give an indirect when it's a direct just because you feel like it.
The state rule.
Like it's
so
I forgot about this one time. I got a yellow card for asking the referee what the time was, how much time was left in the game. He thought I cursed him. He thought I cursed him or something, and then I was like, "What's the time? How much time is left in the game?" And he's like, "Oh, you're gonna disrespect me." Yellow card. And the game was about to end too. I was playing
like I guess it's kind of like a derby in our league. We were playing, it was a Etobicoke against High Park, doesn't matter the teams, and these two guys that I know, they're like two of my closest friends, and they were playing on the other team and I was playing on like the other team. So one of our players, he like leaves a really strong challenge into this player, and he's one of my best friends, and he like looks at me and he's like, "Bro, tell your player to calm down right now." And I was just, I was trying to de-escalate the situation. Whatever.
That's your business.
Yeah. So he keeps doing it. Then my player, it's like he's like trying to get in their heads. And this guy, my friend, he goes and he barges him in the back of the head with an elbow. and I'm like, I'm just trying to separate everyone. I was like, relax, calm down. And he has to be summoned.
Where's the ref?
The ref was doing whatever referees do. and my friend, he got summoned into the TSA court, and they went over the situation with the referee.
Thanks, Deb.
And they decided not to charge him with assault. So he could have been criminally charged with assault because of that.
Yeah, you can. Yeah,
so
sure.
I don't know. I guess here they sort of really take it serious. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, no. I mean,
in the
Canada's,
US.
I guess, pretty strict on stuff like that too. But weird stuff too. Like, okay, there's another thing. It just bothers me when referees make rules up. Like, it's one thing to call a bad call, but when you call a call that's not even a call. So the goalkeeper makes a save, right? He's got the ball in his hands. It's live. It's not a dead ball, right? He throws the ball on the ground, and none of the defenders press. And he just stands there, and the referee blows. You're delaying the restart of the play. It's like the game wasn't restarted. The ball was live. It's not his fault that nobody pressed him. Right, if the ball's live, right? A defender could have come up, taken the ball off the keeper and shot, but they just sat back waiting for him to kick it. So he just sat there and waited. It was towards the end of the game. And he gives the goalkeeper a yellow card.
I don't think these
for
referees,
delay of game.
These referees they don't watch football. I don't think they watch like football.
No, man, especially here in the United States, dude. They're all these old fat guys that probably never watched a game in their life.
And they're like American football fans, and they're like, "Oh, I can make money coaching soccer, so let me do that." And it's like,
and it's always the old fat guys, like the young guys, like Dan. They're usually pretty good.
Same in Canada.
They may make some mistakes and stuff like that, but who cares? A mistake's a mistake. All refs make mistakes. I don't mind a ref making mistakes as long as he's trying to officiate the game like according to the laws of the game. But it's the ones that make stuff up and don't know what they're talking about or on a huge power trip. It's so bad here in the United States.
And you know what's even worse? You know when a referee makes a bad call and then they do another bad call, but to make up for the bad call they did before. That's the thing that infuriates me the most.
Yeah, just own it, man.
Yeah,
I've had referees that have used hockey terms.
I think you did
when refereeing.
What?
yeah. So like they've said like, oh, that's embellishment, which is like just another term for diving, but like it's like and they were saying like penalty
simulation. This embellishment instead of simulation.
Like, what are you talking about? There's no such thing as a penalty, like a 2-minute sending off, like a sin bin type thing, which they do have in some leagues. They have like a sin bin. But like, that's not a thing. And they're like, oh yeah, it's a new rule. They're adding it. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, you're not like, oh, so stupid.
Like you should have like watched or at least like.
And they've used
something in football.
They were using hockey terms too. They were like, oh, the tendy was tackled and he the ball was squared to the point. It's like, what are you saying? Like, speak in English, dude. What is this?
We get that in the United States here with NFL terms. All the parents on the sidelines, right? Throw the flag, ref. I was like, there's no flag. They don't throw flags.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It's offside.
He's rushing the keeper, ref. Right.
Classic NA.
Oh my god.
So bad.
And
yes,
my mom is guilty of this too. Where they're just like, let's go, kick it. That's every game, and it's like embarrassing.
They like to blast him.
We're like passing it back with a goalkeeper, and he's like, "Why are you passing it backwards? Go forwards."
To be fair, a bunch of football fans say that when their team goes backwards. I mean, today
I wasn't pointing at my nipples earlier. I was pointing at the.
Oh yeah.
As soon as I heard that Son was launching a clothing brand, I was like, Will's gonna be on there.
Yeah, I got it before. I got the first round, man, before they sold out. Sold out in like a couple days.
Oh, man.
Paul has one too. Paul has socks. I asked my wife to get me one. She gets me a T-shirt and then buys my son like 3 different things. And I was like, well, thanks a lot. I could have used some Nas socks too. You know what I mean?
When I saw Son modeling for, was it Calvin Klein? I think it was, or some kind of
yeah. It's a picture where it's like half naked.
Dude, I'm not gay, but he looked really good there.
It looked like he was marketing for Calvin Klein again in the middle of a fucking corner.
There's nothing wrong with appreciating a guy's fitness.
Yeah, he looked great.
Yeah.
Antonio Conte's training sessions are, doing the difference.
Oh yeah.
Well, I gotta go, guys. I actually have to go now.
Yeah, we're actually gonna end the show off. Dan, tell people where they can find you.
Well, you guys can find me at DanTHFC on YouTube and on Twitter. I did a show today for the first time. It's called a match day pump up. I think I don't even know what it's called. It's literally like everything you need to know.
Pre-match pump up with Irish.
Everything you need to know about the games. No, not like that. It's different. But I did like interviews at the pub as well. But yeah, that's everything.
Yeah, I saw the videos.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you can find me on there. But yeah, thanks for having me, Will. And
good deal, man. Thanks for coming on, brother. Appreciate it. Orange Spurs. Sandro, do you got a YouTube, Instagram?
I got
Twitter?
an Instagram, but don't worry about it. It's fine. I'm all good. I'm just happy to come on and talk to you guys. It's really nice to, I don't know, because I felt like for a while, I didn't really have like contact with any Spurs fans in Canada, and just felt nice to interact with some NA Spurs fans. So
yeah, man, it's good deal. We do shows. We haven't done a show in 2 weeks, so it's been a little bit of a while, but we're back. That's what this is here. Sap, happy to see you back, Wilnim. 보고 싶었습니다. We missed you. Well, thank you. I missed you guys too. Yeah, and Steak. Do you have a Steak Twitter account yet?
No, I don't have any socials because can't be asked.
Restraining orders, you know.
No.
Honestly, dude, if you made a Twitter,
maybe to vegans, but who don't like.
That's what I'm saying. You should make instead of making like, I'm not saying don't make one with your real identity, but just like a steak one, like a troll.
Yeah, literally. Like make one like what's his name, Luca. You could be the next Luca, or like the next,
next Luca on
Trey,
Twitter.
the Trey United or whatever. You could be the next one.
No, you just troll people on Steak. Just comment Steak on tweets like 75 times.
Honestly,
in a row. Just
dude, I
copy
feel like
and
that...
paste and tweet.
Yeah, Tottenham won a game against Middlesbrough and Steaks.
Literally,
I mean, you could just literally annoy people in their mentions by because anytime you comment on somebody else's tweet, they get a notification, right? So you could literally just spam Steak like 75 times in the chat. And then, like, your whole Twitter page, when someone would go to it, would just be like all of your tweets and replies would just be steak.
Steakaholic.
Honestly, bro, it could be such a meme. I think it would take off. Honestly, I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, you should do it. Yeah, but yeah. But folks at home, it's good to be back. First show of the new season. The 2022-2023 season. We missed the Southampton game, but it's good to be back. We will be doing shows regularly, and I've got a lot of new content planned for the new season, the new style of show that we're doing. I'm working on some new logos, new channel name, some more intro videos, and different types of stuff. We're going to be doing tutorials. So, like, if you want to know how to work one of these things, I'm going to teach you guys how to do that, like for streamers, microphones, audio equipment, just different product stuff, like chairs. Like, I've had to learn a lot of things from doing what I'm doing. Like, gaming chairs are good, but they're actually pretty bad for your back. So you guys, young guys, you probably don't know, but like when you start getting old and stuff like that, you know, my legs were literally falling. Body parts down south were falling asleep that shouldn't be falling asleep, right? Like, you know, you got to take care of your spine and your health. And so chairs, the chairs are expensive. Like this chair was like $350, but it's worth it. Like my legs, I've been doing the stream for 3 hours.
Yeah, I have a gaming chair as well.
And I feel perfectly fine, man. But and I'm actually sitting upright. It looks better on camera too, because in that other chair, when I would lean back, I'd have to actually slouch. Oh, wrong button. And then it looks like you know, you're not like now. I can actually lean my back, and it looks like I'm sitting, you know, straight up. So. Whereas before I'd have to lean forward here, which is not good for your back either. We're also going to be doing travel stuff. I'm going to start doing some vlogs from my son's games. You know, waking him up in the morning, going on the trips, doing some of that stuff. We'll be uploading to the channel. What else are we going to be doing? We're going to be doing review. So it's going to be called Streams, Lifestyle, right? Will's Life. It's kind of like vlogs. Reviews, SO, and tutorials. So we're gonna be doing on the channel. So I'm gonna call it like football SLTR. So Will Stewart's football SLTR, streams, lifestyle, tuts, and reviews. We're doing reviews on game balls and stuff like that. I got a lot of game balls. Different equipment, boots, camera gear, microphones, all kind of fun stuff. Just because I want the channel to be about what I really want to do, and I'm interested in a lot more things than just Tottenham. And I think that's if the channel, if I enjoy making the content on the other things too, then I'll do more content.
Would the review about the boots have like AstroTurf ones as well?
Yeah, AG, FG,
okay.
SG.
So that's what I play on.
All kinds of stuff, man. Yeah, we'll do all that kind of stuff. So, I have hundreds of pairs of boots in the house. Most of them are kids' boots, but now that my son is a man, not legally a man, but size of a man, he wears a size 10 shoe. So now we're accumulating a large amount of adult size boots as well. I actually have a pair of
flat feet, probably.
I'm a size 10 and I'm 20. Yikes.
I'm size 12.
So these are the 2020 Adidas Copa, the marshmallow boots. Do you guys remember those?
Yeah.
From Adidas,
They
the
look
ones
really
that
nice.
Paulo Dybala wear.
Couldn't wear it though.
But these are mine. These are my football boots. So
I got like the Predators one for.
Yeah, we got. I really like these boots. As far as laceless boots are concerned, these were one of the best. They had the best lockdown. But they're a lot of the young guys, like my son. He likes the real thin boots. Like he wears the Puma Ultras right now. He's worn everything from Vapors to Preds to Copas to X's, Adidas X. That's what son wears. But right now he wears the Ultras, and those are like super thin, like paper thin.
Do they rip easily?
Yeah, they can rip easily. Luckily, here in the United States, most of the big brands, Adidas and Nike and Puma, have a like a warranty. So if they,
yeah, like most companies.
Yeah, within like 2 years or something, they get a, But these are really soft, and I like these boots. So if you play like defender or goalkeeper and you want a little extra padding as you get stomped on a lot, these are really nice. The cool thing too about the stud pattern is you can wear these on turf. If you notice, the stud height's not real high, and it's more cylinder. So key thing with on turf is you don't want to. So is your type of turf artificial grass, or is it turf? Is it carpet, or is it like the long stranded fake
It's
grass?
got like the black bits in the grass.
Okay, so yeah, so the black bits is so that's what we call AG, artificial grass.
Yeah.
And you don't want bladed chevron, like a bladed chevron, or like
Yeah, no, because if your like thing gets stuck in there, you can like twist your ankle.
because the boot won't twist side to side. So if you have to make a short sherp, you can twist your ankle. It's actually really bad for ACLs. So you want conical studs, which means like a cone, a round stud, and those allow you to. So even these have a little bit of a flat face, which gives you a little bit more aggressive bite, but they're still round enough that you're not going to get
injured.
Too injured. But they do have AG boot stud patterns for all of these boots and stuff like that. So James George says he needs those for golf. Little bit long there for golf. But yeah, so I just figured too, I mean, you guys, I usually only do like 1 or 2 shows a week on Tottenham content. So if I want to add more content to the, and to be honest with you, nobody really cares about my content or Tottenham content a week later, right? Because it's all kind of time spaced. So if there's more stuff like how to be a football streamer, right? What camera works best? Because there's a lot of content out there for gaming. And a lot of what we do on the football streams is similar to what people do on gaming streams, but it's different, man. There's different things that we do. Like if you're bringing on guests and you want to do different things, what lights do you need? How can you do it the cheapest? I bought a lot of shit that I didn't need to buy. And if I can save some people some money, why not? But, But that's what we're going to be doing. Stay tuned for that. Also, too, I'll be going, I haven't taken a vacation in 12 years.
Wow.
have not gone on a vacation in 12 years. So
that treat yourself, man.
Yeah, that kind of added to my my midlife crisis that I had a couple weeks ago. And I've decided that I'm taking a vacation every 2 weeks. So we'll be going on someplace or every 2 years, not 2 weeks. That'd be nice. Every 2 years. Every 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's how my family does it. You got to go every 2 years.
Yeah, I got.
First place is Harry Maguire's jail in Greece.
Yeah, I'm serious. I have not had a sick day or a vacation day in 12 years.
You should go somewhere in Europe, man. Like, it's great. Even
Well,
if you
I plan
just
on
go somewhere in the U.S.,
I plan on going to London for a week, just by myself. Just
London's
some
a
wheel time.
tour. It's a tourist trap.
And I'm gonna go to. I want to go to the Liverpool and the Leeds game.
Ooh.
They're back-to-back home games at the stadium. I'm saying midlife crisis. It's not really a crisis.
You have a
It's like-
reliable ticketing thing that you can
Yeah, I
use?
got friends here that all have season tickets that'll have one if I want. Well, I could probably wouldn't even have to get a hotel. I could sleep on people's couches, but yeah, Steak said I could sleep on his steak couch. And so I will do that. But it's not like a crisis. So midlife crisis, I don't know if people who aren't American kind of know what a midlife crisis is. It's kind of like when you get to an age where you're like, you realize you're old and you want to try to start being young again, right? Like when I looked at myself, going from, being 7% body fat, having a 6-pack, and then you realize that's not me anymore. It's like, fuck, I gotta fix that shit. I gotta be, then you're like thinking about your life, like, what am I doing? Da da da. What do I need to change? What have I been neglecting on myself? And da da da. So just having young kids, you tend to not think about yourself for a long time. But now that my kids are older, like my oldest son is 15 years old, and my youngest is 11, so they're older now. They don't need mom and dad around except to feed them, really, right? Like they would actually prefer me not to talk to them. I figured, okay, now it's time. And then me and my wife's relationship, it's not horrible, but it's just we've just because she's busy and I'm busy, we just like housemates rather than actual relationships. So it's like we need to fix this stuff, right? We need to do better. So go on vacation. So
if you do go on vacation, I highly recommend Portugal. It's cheap.
Yeah,
it's
I've
amazing.
been
It's
there.
incredible.
See, so I want to go to Portugal. I want to go to Spain. I want to go to Peru. I want to go to Turkey. I want to go to a lot of different places. But my first place that I want to go, and this is maybe a little bit selfish, is I want to go to an all-inclusive adult resort.
Yeah, why not?
Because you just don't have to worry about anything, right? You pay for it's a little bit more expensive, but all your food is free, all your drinks are free, right? All the activities are free. Everything you do is just free.
Just control yourself.
You know what I mean? So, you can go see. So I want to go to a place like that. My wife's a little bit, because you can go to Portugal. You can just go book, 4 nights at a hotel, go to Portugal and walk around on your own at any time, right? But we don't have a whole lot of more years with youth to like go out and party at the clubs for free. Like everything on an all-inclusive resort's free, right? So, she has different ideas, but that's okay.
Yeah,
We'll see.
with most all-inclusive places, like the food outside is usually better quality. So just putting that out there.
Yeah, I want to go to like a major chain, like a Hilton or Sandals, Secrets. Like apparently Sandals food is pretty good, and they have like 9 different restaurants. So here's the key, right? So I got to be a baller on a budget. right? Because I'm not a super wealthy man, and this one is very short notice. I've got what? September, October, November, December. 4 months to save up the cash, right? So it's not a lot of time. When you go inclusive, thank you, big James Joris. I appreciate it, man. Big your guys' stuff up too. And yeah, 그렇게 하고 싶은데요. 할 수 있으면 잘 모르겠는데. I want to just be able to go and relax and not have to worry about, can I afford to do this or can I afford to do that? Because when you're there, it's already done, right? If I want to have 30 beers or 5 beers, price is the same. If I want to eat 5 tomahawk steaks in a day, it's all free. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have to worry about it. But if I go out and I got to pay, in the tourist areas of any place, especially going to a country where the euro, and I got to go pay what, 60 euro for a tomahawk steak, 70 euro probably, maybe more.
In Portugal, they're very cheap because Portugal's just very cheap. That's why I was recommending it. Yeah.
How much does a steak cost in Portugal?
Well, it depends on the steak. It depends on the cut. But I had my steak for, I think it was like €8, which is
€8 for a steak. That's it.
Wow.
It's like $12, man.
And it was a decent plate too. Like it was like they put like a steak and egg on top of it, and then they had like, what was it like? I asked for breakfast.
Yeah. That was like breakfast, man.
Yeah, they put it on my dinner. It was like, I was like, I don't.
So
really
a tomahawk steak is like this thick.
It wasn't a tomahawk.
It was like this.
A regular. It was
with
just
a
like
big bone hanging out, right? And you just it's like a tomahawk,
Just smack someone with it.
And I could literally eat a tomahawk steak for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for 5 days.
Crazy.
And it wouldn't cost me a dime more than the $2,200 a person that I pay. And that includes airplane, travel to and from the airport to the resort, travel from the resort to the scheduled events.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to pay a rental car. You don't have, the hotel fees included. And then these hotels are all like suites. So it's not just a room, it's a suite. You know what I mean? Like you have the bedroom and then the living room and then and then the beach is basically, the pools are right out your back door. You can literally just jump out of your back door into a pool and swim around. I mean, that's the benefit of the all-inclusive, right? Is that you can leave the resort if you want to, but you don't have to, right? And like if you're having night events, parties, that's what I want to try first. And then, because you can always go on just a regular vacation at any time, right? But the resort's going to get old after a while. Who wants to go to an all-inclusive every single time? Nobody. Because it's basically like Bahamas. Where do you go? You go to Jamaica, Cancun, the Bahamas, St. Marian Islands or whatever. Like that's it. It's all the same, right? All of those resorts almost look exactly the same, right? Like it gets boring after a while. Go do that once, and then you can go, plan to go to other places.
If you do end up going to the Caribbean, I really recommend in Mexico, there's an island, small island off of the coast of it. It's called Cozumel. Mm-hmm. And it has like the second best beaches in the world, as said by like a bunch of scuba divers and snorkelers. And
is it stony? Is it stones? Was I that like?
Maybe.
No, it's just the water's like very clear and like you could see.
Yeah, it's like diamond blue.
Yeah, it's like beautiful. So I really recommend.
What I want to go. Let me find that place too. Let's see, Mexico.
Because I've never been to Mediterranean and the Caribbean.
Mm-hmm. There is. I know the island you're talking about here. But basically, you have Cancun. It's down there on the tip, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the island is. Isle de Cozumel is just south of Cozumel Island. Okay,
and it's not the side of the island that's facing the ocean. It's the side of the island that's facing towards Mexico.
Yeah.
The water is like really nice, but then if you go to the other side of the island, it's like literally like you're in crazy waters. Like
thank you, bud. I appreciate it.
Minutes. Yeah.
So here's the kicker, right? And here's the thing that I found. Okay, so my wife is not a fan of kayaking or scuba diving or any of the water games. She's kind of, she'll probably kill me if she watches this, but she's kind of afraid of water.
How are you afraid of, like, if you're going on holiday, you can't be afraid of water.
Well, if you don't see what's, I understand it, because like if you don't see what's underneath you, then I feel like it's
yeah, I mean, she just gets. But anyway, so what I wanted to do, and this is why I thought was a really good compromise, because she kind of likes to explore places and do things like she wants to go to Machu Picchu and stuff like that. But we're planning on going in December, and in December that's like the monsoon season in Peru. So like you don't want to go on vacation and it rain all 5 days that you're there, right? Like you want to go. So the best time to go to those places is apparently May to September which kind of their dry season, which is their winter season, but it doesn't get super close there. Thank you, James. I appreciate it, mate. Thanks for your drinks on me. Cheers, buddy. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. But you have here. Let me share on my screen here. I'll show you guys on the map, because this is the kicker, that you can hit all 3 of these places at one time, and this is where I wanted to go. So Hilton, which I'm a diamond member for Hilton Hotels for work. I travel a lot. So Hilton has a all-inclusive resort that they just bought 2 or 3 years ago in Playa del Carmen. Okay,
I've been there. Yeah, it's very.
And so Playa del Carmen is just across from Cozumel Island, right? And it's like 45 minutes south of Cancun.
Yeah.
And it's like, all the Aztec.
Chichen Itza might be there, right?
Yeah. There's like three of the pyramids are within a 35 to 40 minute drive.
Yeah.
So, and they're all in this area of.
So it's a good spot then.
Yeah, it's a good spot. You can hit.
Yeah, sorry.
And so here's the deal, right? This is the cool thing about this. I'll show you where
they have ferries in Playa del Carmen running like every I think it's hour or something.
Yeah, the ferry. That's where you catch the ferry to go to Cozumel.
Yeah.
So even if you're in Cancun, you gotta do it. I can't remember where it is, but anyway, it's one of these all-inclusive resorts. It's right here on the beach. I think it's the Royal Plaza. Maybe Royal. I can't remember. Fairmont. They might have bought it, but can't remember. Anyway, it's one of these. They have one. It's one of these hotels right on the.
Sounds like a really good plan, though. You could hit all the areas there.
Yeah. So but here the key kicker is they don't have all of the scuba diving and the boat trips and all that stuff. That's not included, right? Now, all the restaurants, all the drinks, all the foods, but it's about $400 or $500 cheaper per person, right? But the hotel's rooms are actually nicer than a lot of the Sands and the Secrets and all those other inclusives, because it's a Hilton brand, right? They usually have better rooms. So you're basically cutting the cost off of all of that bull crap that we wouldn't use anyway. So then we can use that extra $1,000 to go to the island and see things, to go to the Aztec ruins and see those things. There's actually an Aztec ruin right in the city of Playa del Carmen.
Playa del Carmen,
yeah. And you can go to Cancun, right?
There's a really cool it might have been further down, or it could be up there. It's it's literally just a land bridge that they created, and it's just a strip of land that connects like a bunch of it's probably that one right there. But and we were driving down, and it was so surreal because like on both sides you had like water, and it was just like you were completely isolated. It was really cool though. Yeah.
But that's why Pinot Suarez, I think, is where one of those.
Oh yeah.
Is. Yeah. See, so right here, which is just it's like it's a nothing drive from here. 35 minutes. You got this, and then you've also got in the exact same area. You got the Laguna Chichina, all these different like super clear water springs and stuff like that.
And I think isn't Machu Picchu isn't that in Peru?
That's Peru.
Peru, yeah, Machu Picchu's in Peru, but in Peru in December is the rainy season, right? That's like their monsoon season.
Yeah, so you can't go,
And
Gokuma, this is the Aztec ruins here. They also have them, and it's like Chichen Itza and those ones. I'm not sure exactly. Oh,
yeah,
Tulum,
so you got Tulum, which
Tulum
is just
one of
like
them.
30 minutes on straight down that highway from Pala. You've got this one here. There's a ton of them. There's all of these different caves. Like this cave is like super clear lake. You've got this underwater like lake and stuff. So there's all this really cool stuff that you can see that's within a here's another one. You know, Mayan ruin. You got all of these different, you know, places that you can go. Right, just you can go see outside of the place, and it's got like mostly the time when people go to Cancun. If you go up to Cancun, they don't have all of these different places.
Right.
There's no like camera buttons around here at all. It's all shopping and touristy bullcrap, right? But at Playa del Carmen, if you want to go see the touristy bullcrap, you're 40 minutes away. If you want to go see all of the like cultural Mexican stuff, you're 30, 40 minutes away. If you want to go to Cozumel, you're 15, you're a 25-minute ferry ride away.
There's
right?
also a thing in Cozumel. Yeah, I was gonna say I've been there.
There's a bunch of them. You have this one here as well. Where's the other one? Castle. There's another one in here somewhere. I can't remember where it is.
Yeah,
but
so
a lot of different.
Oh, that one, El Mirador. That one.
Yeah.
That's where the waves they like hit the rocks.
Yeah,
and it
smash
like,
holes in
and
it.
it goes and smashes holes, and like you see the wave hit the beach, and the water doesn't come up because it's under. It goes under, and then like 2 seconds later just bursts up. It's like it's really cool.
Yeah,
very cool. Yeah. Well,
And
I
that's
hope
the
you
Rocky
enjoy your
Beach.
vacation.
But this is where I want to go first because there's so many for that 25. So for $5,000, you could literally you could do so much. You get the all-inclusive benefits, plus you get the regular sightseeing benefits, right? Because if you're in Cancun, you're almost a 2-hour drive down to these places,
right?
But if you split the difference in Palo de Carmen, you're only an hour, 45 minutes, right? So, and you're missing because the heaviest part of traffic on 307 is between Cancun and Playa del Carmen. So
nobody goes south to the.
Well, I mean they do, but it's not as busy, right? As
I would
the
say
north
it's
side.
more busy towards what is that called? Valladolid. It's on the left.
Yeah, this way.
Because right to the left of it, you see the Chichen Itza, which is like a very.
That's what
it's like basically a pyramid, and it's like it does the weird thing where you clap and like you hear it back.
Yeah, the Conatus de las Chures or something like that.
That's what I meant to find in the private chat, but I got the wrong one.
And there's a bunch of different places, but here's the cool thing: you're still only.
It is kind of far, but like it's not that far. It's like if
yeah,
you were
'cause
going
you just
from
go
Cancun.
305, then come up, but it's no more farther than going from Cancun.
Yeah,
so.
exactly.
But this is the cool thing. Like this is the Yucatan area is like the fun. I think probably one of the, and I guess it's technically Quintana Roo.
Quintana Roo is the one. Yeah.
But this little peninsula off the northern part of Mexico is where all the cool stuff in Mexico is, right? Like so, like Aztec wise. So, and that's why I keep telling her like Machu Picchu is cool, right? It's a fun place to go, Mayan ruins, but it's one place. Yeah, it's in the mountains and it's kind of surrounded in this little valley in the mountains. That's cool. That's one place. If you're going there for 5 days, what are you gonna do?
You see it for one day and then it's like
you see it for one day and then what? You go see it again for the second day and take some more pictures and then what? You go see it for the third day?
That's a waste of time.
I mean,
no,
it
you
just seems
go there once and on like
and there's
the last day.
And there's nothing else around it.
Could go to the forest then.
Huh?
Could go to the forest.
It's up in the middle of the mountains, man.
Well, you can go down It feels like a forest.
So you got Cusco here. This is where that big city is.
Machu Picchu.
You know what it is? It's not even like Goguma said. I traveled a lot in Mexico. It's not even traveling a lot. It's just, it's like really hard to explain. But like I feel like
visiting.
When my family goes on vacation, it's not vacation. For us, it's like we go and we are working to see things. Like it's work basically. So we don't actually rest when we're on vacation.
Yeah, that's what I want to be able to go see things and rest.
Yeah, so Mexico's perfect for that because you can decide how you're feeling.
Like if say we're tired one day and we just want to lay on the beach for 5 hours in our little private gazebo, right? Like you can do that in the all-inclusive, right? Now if we're in Machu Picchu up in this little tiny room up in the mountains, right? Like I mean, yes, it's cool, but we can do that on a 3-day trip. Or you know what? We can do like a multiple, like go see Lima for a day,
La
right?
Paz.
Then go see, Nakaz.
La Paz, yeah. It's in Bolivia.
Oh, down here,
yeah.
And then go see Machu Picchu for a day, right? In Cusco. And then, then do that and then take a short flight over to Brazil and go see, Rio de Janeiro for a day, right? Like you could plan
and randomly knock on Marcelo's door.
Yeah, knock on Tiago's door, right? So head over to Sao Paulo, right? And then Rio de Janeiro, right? And then, you know what I mean? Like you can do all of those different things because there's really only maybe 1 or 2 days max that you're really going to want to see in those places.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in Mexico, if you go for a 5-day trip, you can go see that pyramids one day.
And you can rest. Yeah.
You can go see 2 or 3 pyramids on the south side in one day. You can go to the island on the other day. And then you can rest for a day or 2.
Very nice.
You know what I mean? And then you don't have to worry about food either. You come home early, you go out early in the morning, go see what you want to see, come back at like 3 or 4 p.m. Right? Go get your tomahawk steak at the restaurant, then go to the club at night, dance with all the other old people. You know what I mean? And then go take a, midnight stroll and then whatever you want to do. You know what I mean? But
I'm going to Ibiza, so yeah.
Typical
so many
holiday.
No, I haven't been there, so.
And then you'll just never have to go again, right?
Ibiza, yeah.
Because but there's a lot of all-inclusives in Jamaica, but Jamaica to me is it's just a beach for the most part. There's really not a whole lot else to see.
I enjoyed Dominican. I also didn't mind Cuba, but I think you have to stay away from Havana. Like, see it maybe one day, take one day in Havana.
I don't know if I can go to Cubana. I'm American.
Havana? Oh, yeah.
We don't get along with
I'm American too, but I'm also Canadian, so I hide my American passport.
But
I go there.
But St. Lucia, Martinique, Barbados, the Bahamas.
Very nice, yeah. St. Lucia is apparently really good. I want to go so badly.
You go to all these places and it's pretty much, it's similar. It'd be fun to go, but it's similar, right? So like, I'd rather, and there's not like Mayan or Aztec ruins in those places. So I think that Paula de Carmen, and this is me I'm pleading to you guys when I've been trying to convince my wife, but she's not an easy person to convince. But like even going to Spain, right? Like she wants to go to a Corona. Apparently, like there's this big trail that you can march around some of these old castles in northern Spain. But in December, it's like 15 degrees, right? I mean, it's chilly. It's like why would
if you go there, you might as well go see Porto.
Yes. Yeah. So, I would like to go to Portugal too, but there's the one thing is you could do like 5 days, but you could do like a Barga, Porto, Verlo, Calibra, Lisbon, right? One day in each city.
If you're going down that way, you have to see Nazaré as well, depending on what time you go there. If you go there during the winter, then you definitely have to go see Nazaré because the waves are like 35 meters and it's amazing.
But that's what I would like to do. And then it's like in Spain. So like for me, I'd like to go to Seville, Madrid, right? Valencia. Murcia.
If you do go to Spain, go to Granada.
Yeah, Granada.
You have to go to Granada. If you go to Spain, the Alhambra is essential.
There's actually an all-inclusive in Granada.
Cathedral de Granada is also beautiful. That's where I got my cross from
Yeah, I watched the Korean drama there. But there was a Korean drama shot there for people that don't know. Alhambra or whatever. But yeah, so like Gibraltar, go see the rocks of Gibraltar. But these are kind of things that you can do in 1 to 2 days and see multiple things, right, in each country. Not 5 days in one spot.
Right.
But it takes a little bit more money and a little bit more planning.
It's doable.
Not what I can do. I could do it in a 2-year plan. Don't think I could pull it off in a 4-month plan. You know what I'm saying?
Like 4 months of planning.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's
I have to save up the amount to.
I will say though, if you do end up going, I think it's like it makes more sense if you were to like do like a. Oh, I guess if you're in Spain, then you might as well see the whole thing. But like,
and I want to do it. I want to do it because I plan on getting fit, right? So I want to do it in a time when the weather allows me to walk around.
Do not go in summer. Do not go in summer.
I want to go spring or falls when I want to go.
Yeah, because summer we were there like 3 weeks ago. It was 40 degrees. Humid,
you melt.
Humid.
I want to go when it's like
28
degrees.
I was in the shade. I was like, not fun. And I'm
so like I looked at all inclusive and I looked at the temperature. Where's that island at? Just off the they have a bunch of all inclusives here on Ibiza, right? And
that's where a steak is going.
And Palma. So Palma and Ibiza, they have a lot of all-inclusive resorts on those 2 islands, right? And outside of Valencia, Barcelona. Because I would kind of like to do that. Like Barcelona, you go see Barcelona, wife can see some crazy stuff. I can go walk past, the stadium.
I've been to the Barca stadium as well.
With Barca, I think there's a problem because you said you only want to spend like 1 or 2 days, whereas Barca, I think you have to spend 4 to 5 days to see.
Yeah, but that's I would rather. But she's not. That's not a place that she wants to go. It's like Barcelona. She wants to go to like, to be honest, kind of weird places. Like A Coruña.
Yeah, what is A Coruña? I've never heard of that before.
So apparently, there's like so St. James, when he traveled from, into Spain,
España,
made like that was the voyage that he took, and so there's like the Cathedral of James or something, the Apostle James in Coruña or something like that. But anyways, it's this famous, like people make pilgrimages there, and they carry crosses down this stone cobble road or whatever. But anyway, she wants to see the ruins, and then there's a castle there too that's on an island. That's I can't remember what else is out there. Another castle here, but I'm sure there's castles everywhere. But anyway, so there's something there that she wants to see, and that's not a castle. Shopping castle. But
maybe there's steak in there.
But yeah, that's fine. I don't mind going to a place like that, right? But it's like our first vacation in 12 years. I'd like it to be kind of something a little bit more. And I'd rather go in when I want to go when the weather's nice, like 28 degrees, 80, 82, 85. 85 on the hottest side.
Could go to Maldives.
And I don't want to go to.
So are you thinking then a warm place? That's what you're thinking, right?
Because you could. Mexico at that time of the year is perfect, dude. It's like 80 degrees, man.
Yeah.
In the middle of December down this area.
That's Fahrenheit to all you UK people.
It's 25 between 25 and 28 degrees Celsius. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's this latitude is perfect, right? Just above the equator. But if you scroll over, dude, you're talking Central Africa, right? So in Spain in December, you're talking like 15 degrees Celsius.
If I'm telling you, if you go to Spain in December, you have to make your way to Nazaré, dude. I promise you, you will like regret it if you don't go. It's in Portugal. You have to go, dude. I promise you, you will not regret it if you go.
So what's that?
Nazaré?
Yeah.
The biggest waves in the world, dude.
Oh yeah.
It is so humbling just to be in the presence of such power. It is like incredible. It's in between Lisbon and Porto. If you go,
okay,
right there, Nazaré. it is, oh my gosh, it is incredible. So yeah, right there. It's something else. You only need like a day there, not even. You just need a couple hours, and it's incredible.
Yeah, but I wouldn't mind like see when I go to Portugal, because the way Portugal's lined out and everything pretty much being on the coast, anything worst season, you could literally just do a day in Porto, right? A day in Aveiro, a day in, just like spend one night there, see it during the day, travel in the evening to your next city, check in, right? Go to sleep, wake up, see it the next day, travel to your next city, check in. You know what I mean? And then you could basically see the entire coast in like 4 or 5 days.
Right.
And that's what I would like to do. But that's going to take a little bit more planning, a little bit more.
Absolutely.
Because then you got to either find a train. Because once you get down here, you either have to. Because this is the problem with package deals. You got to fly in. You can't really tune it to what you want. You got to pick the hotels that are available for them, the flight days that are available for them, the times that are available for them, right? And each place has a season. So like Machu Picchu in Peru, I wouldn't mind going. I want to go there. It would be cool, right? But the prime season for Machu Picchu is May to September, right? Because that's their dry season, okay? And it's not blazing hot, right? They
That's gonna be fun if you go out of season.
If you go out of season, it's not fun. A lot of the vendors are gone, like, the stuff that they do, blah, blah. 'Cause that's when they do all the packages and all that stuff. Right. But you're talking December is prime season for the Caribbean, right? Like that's when people go. Nobody's going to Cancun in August.
All the Americans and Canadians go to the Caribbean in the winter.
Yeah.
It's horrible here and it's great there.
Exactly. It's cold as balls here and it's nice and warm there. It's exactly where you want to go.
Yeah, see, Daniel Field knows. He knows Nazare. He's a real one. Yeah.
That's where the Mahusive one's insane.
All the best surfers in the world, they literally pack up their stuff and they go in December to Nazare. And there's been a bunch of accidents, which is like, it is what it is. They go, you get the general.
Yeah, there's a lot of places that I would like to go. I mean, Turkey at some point. I mean, that's fine.
You gotta see Constantinople.
Istanbul, would be a good place to go. Greece.
Hopefully we'll be there. Hopefully Tottenham will be there by the end of the year.
I want to go to Italy. I want to go.
I booked my ticket already.
Northern Macedonia. Athens is a place that I want to go at some point in time.
Oh, do an Italy tour, dude. Italy's gorgeous. Gotta go to Positano, Lake Como.
I want to go to Switzerland sometime and have like a little winter vacation, like in the Alps or something like that.
Nice.
And so my wife wants to go to Amsterdam too.
Amsterdam, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I want to go to Amsterdam too, but not in December. I don't want to go to Amsterdam in December. I don't.
Yeah, Amsterdam was amazing. Honestly,
I want to go to Amsterdam when I can.
As a North American,
I know.
I went there. I think it was in like 2014. Yeah. And when I went there, I was so shocked. I was like, these guys are like 40 years ahead of us in terms of transportation. Like their transportation is incredible.
Yeah, and South Korea is like that too.
Yeah, so you'll probably because you've spent a lot of time there. So you probably won't be.
But I want to go there. I want to go to Scotland too. Like I'm Scottish. I've never been to Edinburgh. I've never been to Glasgow.
My friend right now, he's doing Edinburgh, Iceland, so Reykjavik, and Dublin tour right now.
So what I would like to do, because flights in Europe are really cheap. You can catch a flight from there to the Netherlands for like what?
Ryanair,
£100.
Or you could just like use Eurostar or stuff like that. Right?
Yeah.
If you're in Europe.
That's what I'm saying. You can just travel all the freaking around. Like you could go from Glasgow to Edinburgh to London to Amsterdam in like a 7 or 8 day trip and see all kinds of stuff. Right. Now I plan on coming to London for a week for 10 days to see both those games. Landing with the game against Liverpool, I think, is on a Saturday. Land on the Friday before. Go to the game on Saturday. See the next game, which I think is on a Sunday, and then leave on a Monday. That's kind of like my plan.
So would you watch the Tottenham game then?
Yeah, hit two Tottenham games in 10 days. That's That's the plan.
Oh, so you're gonna
So
spend
what
10
games
days
are
in
there?
London?
Yeah.
Very
So what
nice.
games?
Liverpool and Leeds, I think, is what I'm going to aim for. So
I'm not gonna be in London.
But I'm going on
until
that by
next year.
myself. That is a business trip for the channel.
Nice.
Yeah, business trip. Yeah.
Oh, you can do like a match day vlog. That's gonna be cool.
Tax deductible, baby. And kids are still in school. See, that's the cool thing. Kids are out of school. I can dump them off at my mom's house. I'd like to go to Ireland. And,
Just lock them up in the school. Just like
just chuck them out. And
Yeah.
open the door and kick them out while we're still rolling past.
Oh, if you go Prague as well.
Germany.
Prague is absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, it's like party. Like,
Absolutely gorgeous.
Part check.
It's like a fairy tale there. We were there and we were astounded. It was incredible.
That's what I'm saying. Like I wanted, so that's why I kind of want to do with my wife. Like every 2 years, plan these big things. So Mexico. So we're close. It's close, and this is the thing too. We don't have a lot of time.
Yeah,
it's a 6-hour flight.
Mexico's close. It's fine. Yeah.
Boom. You leave at 6 a.m. You're there by noon, right? You can even do things on that first day. You spent 18 hours on an airplane. That's 1 day of your 5 days available to you gone, and then you got to spend 12 to 18 hours on the way back.
Wait,
That's
from
a day
US
gone.
to Mexico is 6 hours?
Yeah, man. From Atlanta to Cancun is 6-hour flight, bro.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's
Close.
a while. I did not expect that.
A while? That's close.
No, I mean you could take a plane from Toronto to Portugal and be there in 6 hours.
Well, part of that's
because of the winds, because of the North Atlantic winds. So you get there faster if you're going from NA to Europe, whereas if you're going from Europe to NA, it adds like 2 hours onto your time.
Yeah, but from Atlanta to
Are you sure it's 6 hours?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
What kind of plane are you taking?
EasyJet with Daniel Levy on it.
Wow, I for some reason I thought it was way less than that. Like 2 hours, I thought even.
5 hours, us connecting nonstop, maybe 3 hours.
Yeah, 3 hours. Nonstop.
Yeah, it's more
2.5,
realistic.
2.5. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But, I mean, you see the prices like too. They're like flight prices are.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be taking Frontier. I'd be
Because I
taking,
remember
like,
going from
American.
Toronto to Mexico and it was like 3 hours. I was like, there's no way it's that
Yeah,
much.
so Delta 2.5 hours. So that would be the kind of flight that I'm taking. $680 on Delta.
Oh wow, they show the emissions. Oh my god, wow, I've never seen that before.
Yeah. You know.
Very cool.
Very like that here. But yeah, so I mean that's 2.5 hours. That's even closer than I thought. So airtime, maybe it's airport time. It's like 6 hours total.
Well, I mean,
Waiting
you might
and
like
landing.
you should get to the airport 3 hours before your flight.
And 2. 3 is a bit.
That's what I
overboard.
do, but yeah, you could cut it close. I don't know.
Yeah. International flights here aren't. Oh, I'll tell you what. There's one time, man.
Oh, because it's Atlanta. You probably don't have like a crazy amount of flights in there.
It's actually the biggest airport in the
Oh,
United
is it?
States. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm being stupid then.
Atlanta's like the biggest airport in the United States, but it's because it's so big that there's not. It's got the largest international tournament. I think it's even bigger than JFK.
But I would expect more flights to go into JFK though, because it's New York, right?
Yeah, but like so, because but only the flights from the East Coast go into JFK. So if most of the people in the United States don't, they live in the West Coast, or so like if you're going, say you're going from California to London, you're stopping in Atlanta. If you're going from London to anywhere in the Midwest, you're stopping in Atlanta.
Okay.
Right. So it stops and then it jumps.
Yeah, it's like it's like in between.
It's like a hub. Yeah. So because it's yeah.
Yeah, so
And
like when I went to Bali, there's like Tehran in Iran was like the in between area.
So it's like the home for Delta too. I think their headquarters is in Atlanta. So most of the Delta flights run through there. And so because in the United States they have weird things where there's what they call runway taxes. So if an airline's home base is there, they don't have to pay that runway tax.
Okay.
So when they do connecting flights, they tend to connect in one of their
Home bases.
Their home bases.
Okay.
Because it saves them money. So, like for example, if you take Singapore Airlines, Singapore's home base is in San Francisco, in California. So you can fly from San Francisco to Seoul for $600, and it costs you $1,400 to fly from LA to Seoul.
Oh, okay. Because it's on the base. Wow, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so flights are really expensive here, but we don't have cheap, except for going to Mexico. Mexican flights to Mexico are really cheap, especially if you're friends.
Yeah,
I got a friend who's single. He's like 40 and he's like single. I don't know what's wrong with him, but he lives a pretty fun life. But he basically has this app on his phone, and like they'll have these daily deals, and he's his own boss, and he literally keeps a packed bag, carry-on bag, in his trunk. And he'll just hop on a plane, just go to Mexico for a day.
Love that.
And just boom, party for 1 or 2 nights, and then come back. It's like he'll get a deal. They'll do sometime. He lives in Houston, Texas. They'll do
What's
flights
the app
sometimes.
called?
I can't remember, but there was they do connecting. He'll get flights to like Cancun or different places in Mexico City for like $50.
Wow.
But you got to leave in like 4 hours.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Very cool.
So he does that all the time because he can do that because he's the boss and he's single.
But all right. Well, it was really good talking to you, Will. Thanks.
Yeah, man. 4 hours now. We were going to end the show a long time ago, but we're going to get out of here.
Welcome to Steak entering the chat, adding an extra 1 hour of extra time.
1 hour of extra time. This is what my shows always do, dude. I always say I'm going to end it, and then an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours later, talk about food, and now today was travel. We're going to see you guys next time.
Steak.
I haven't done a show in so long, I forgot what my
Stay steaky. Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.
Stay strong. Stay Spurs.
Stay steaky.
And we will see you guys next time.